VR in pulmonary rehabilitation being attributed to immersive displays, even though immersive displays have not been used. Therefore, there's still a requirement to investigate this in further detail. In this study, we wanted to investigate how COPD patients might react to having their program augmented with VR equipment. To measure that, we did a longitudinal observational study inspired by crossover study design, and the purpose was acceptability and feasibility. And by that we mean how the intervention was received by the target population. Does it meet the needs and requirements, and is it a safe alternative to standard care? And the main thing to figure out was, can motivation be improved and retained for 7 to 8 weeks during the program? Does VR induce or hamper physical performance? Does it cause more shortness of breath or adverse events? And will they experience any cyber sickness related to use of VR? For the study, we were able to recruit 3 male participants between 68 and 86 years. The program ran for 8 weeks, twice weekly, 12 sessions total. And the participants took turn between the two VR setups, so that they biked once every week, while being monitored by 1 to 2 physiotherapists, who measured and monitored any signs of discomfort or other adverse events. So what did we find? Motivation was retained during the study, but it was very high to begin with. Here we see the interesting German scale on the top, and the pressure tension in the bottom. We measured motivation using both VR and standard therapy, but we saw no noticeable difference between the two in any of the IMSI subscales. Also, there were no noticeable difference between physiological demands, both in terms of heart rate and self-perceived exertion levels. Reported dizziness levels were between none and moderate, but none of the participants reported any lasting effects. And most frequently, they remarked that they simply looked down onto the road if they started to feel dizzy in any way. Concluding our study, we did a small group interview that confirmed our quantitative findings. The VR environment became repetitive for the participants, and they would have preferred some interaction or even social interaction. And if so, it should be collaborative rather than competitive. To conclude, VR could be used as an acceptable solution for COPD patients during high-intensity interval training, but so all studies have limitations, and ours do as well. First of all, this was not a comparative study, so we have to be careful inferring causality or generalizing the results. The retention of motivation might easily contribute to other factors. We didn't use any validated tool for measuring cyber sickness, and we didn't have any proper representativeness for, since that women generally live longer than men and are more likely to be diagnosed with COPD, and we didn't have any female volunteers in the study, which is also a limitation. And there was low internal consistency in the IMI questionnaire. That being said, we believe that this could be a potential solution for patients with very low motivation, and even it could be used as a tele-rehabilitation tool, home-based therapy, connecting citizens in online group therapy. And the current COVID situation really demonstrates the severe problem of population having to be going into self-isolation and not really receiving the proper treatment that they require. So that being said, that concludes my presentation. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, Emil. Now move to the third paper in this session, which is called Martyr, Exploring Ingredients of Virtual Dining Experiences. And the paper will be presented by Nilsson, and this is a collaboration with Camilla Yaller, Nichols, Andersen, Rajvan Paisa, Mats Damsbo, and Stefania Serafin. Okay.
Hi, my name is Camilla, and I'm presenting the paper with the title Martyr, Exploring ingredients of virtual dining experiences. Matur is a dinner performance that explores animal-human relationships through food and virtual reality. It was conceptualized from the questions: how can we, by use of VR and additional sensorial stimuli, move restaurant guests to a stronger emotional experience of food? The final production premiered at Kunsthal Charlottenborg on October 22, 2020. Matur is produced by the XR production company Macropol, together with Multisensory Experience Lab at Aalborg University and chef Frederik Bilbra at Restaurant Babylon. Matur was initiated in its pre-development phase as part research and part artistic project. The collaboration involved the development and evaluation of 2 prototypes presented in our paper. Both studies were performed in locations meant to approximate real-world settings of restaurants, including multiple guests dining simultaneously. Our work was supported by Future Food Innovation and Innovation Fund Denmark. The aim of the first study was to investigate how sensory congruence and incongruence affect virtual dining experiences. Specifically, we explored how 2 types of oysters are experienced when eaten in a virtual environment that either complements the taste or not. To meet this aim, we compared 4 conditions presented using a within-subjects design. 1. Salty oysters eaten in a salty VE. 2. Sweet oysters eaten in a sweet VE. 3. Salty oysters eaten in a sweet VE. And 4. Sweet oysters eaten in a salty VE. The study was performed over 3 consecutive days in the cafe area of Space 10, a Copenhagen-based research and design lab. The oysters were French oysters prepared by chefs from Restaurant Babylon each morning and placed in containers with ice before the test sessions would begin. There were 2 taste versions of the oysters, a salty oyster and a sweet oyster. The salty oyster was a clean oyster, but enhanced with lemon juice to underline the saltiness. The sweet oyster had added elderflower syrup, which was not visibly detectable. The 2 virtual environments were created in Unity. The salty environment was a dark cave with ocean sounds, while the sweet environment was a pink sky with candy and childish music. These design choices were made by the XR production company and are in line with previous work, indicating that the color pink and round shapes are associated with sweetness, whereas gray and white colors and angle shapes are associated with other tastes such as saltiness. A total of 25 participants aged between 20 and 44 years old participated in the study. The second study aimed to explore how gustatory stimuli can be used actively as a part of a narrative and to explore how dining experiences are affected when the virtual scenario is either positively or negatively balanced. To meet this aim, we performed a study requiring participants to eat an ice cream during exposure to a virtual scenario where they assumed the role of a small child observing a conversation between its parents. The study relied on a between subjects design and compared 3 conditions: a happy scenario where the parents showed clear signs of affection toward each other, a sad scenario where the parents were fighting, and a control condition where the participants ate the ice cream without exposure to VR. The lab was set up with 5 reclining garden chairs. Reclining garden chairs were chosen so the test participant could get a close feeling of sitting in a baby carriage. The ice cream was specifically developed by Skaro Is according to chef Frederik Bilbra's design and recipe. The ice cream was a sorbet made from a combination of grapefruit and chili. Flavors that are not normally associated with ice cream were deliberately chosen with the aim of eliciting an unexpected flavor experience, like a child tasting ice cream for the first time. The study was performed over the course of 3 consecutive days at Aalborg University. A total of 33 people aging from 20 to 52 years old participated in the study. To conclude, the results of the first study indicate that the virtual environments did affect the taste perception on behalf of some participants. However, the effect varied considerably between individuals. In some cases, incongruent virtual environments made the participants find sweet oysters more salty and salty oysters more sweet. Other participants found that the contrast between the taste and the virtual environment emphasized the taste instead. This suggests that the virtual environments can affect the taste during virtual dining experiences, but it is difficult to predict the effects of incongruent audiovisual stimuli. The results of the second study indicated that the sad scenario produced higher arousal. The participants exposed to the happy scenario did not feel that the bitter taste of the ice cream matched the scenario. Conversely, most of the participants exposed to the sad scenario did perceive a meaningful connection between the bitter taste and the unpleasant experience, and a few even perceived increased bitterness as the narrative grew increasingly unpleasant. Finally, the lack of agency and the experience of eating ice cream contributed to some participants' sensation of being a child. However, it remains unclear to what extent the taste played a role in this regard. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, that was Camilla Jaller and not Nils. Sorry, my bad. A very interesting presentation, and I call dibs on the first replication study using Italian gelato. Okay, so to move on the next paper, the title is Real-Time Immersive VR Visualization of Ocean Climate Data. And the presenter will be Felicia Brisk in collaboration with Nuno Serra.
Hello everyone, I'm Felicia Brisk, a visualization scientist at the University of Hamburg, and I will present our work, Real-Time Immersive VR Visualization of Ocean Climate Data. Scientific visualizations using virtual reality have been proven to be a powerful tool in the exploration of climate data. We present an immersive VR environment created to help Earth scientists and other users to visualize and study ocean climate simulation data and processes. The goal of our environment is to provide an interactive exploration, learning, and scientific communication tool, enabling users to move around freely and arbitrarily play the simulation in order to observe the evolution of ocean eddies in real time. We focused in this work on the evolution of Northeast Atlantic eddies enclosed by warm and salty Mediterranean water. These clockwise rotating eddies of Mediterranean water origin are called MEDIs for short. The study of the dynamical processes involving the Mediterranean water is important, since this water mass plays a key role in the ocean's thermohaline circulation and thus in regulating the world's climate. The salty and relatively warm Mediterranean water flows through the Strait of Gibraltar and afterwards along the Iberian Peninsula into the Northeast Atlantic over a complex system of underwater canyons and promontories. In the course of this, strong eddies separate from the main flow and spread into the ocean interior. The simulation visualized in our environment presents 1 year of the evolution of MEDIs. MEDIs are shown wandering through the ocean while rotating clockwise and enclosing the salty and warm water, maintaining those properties over long periods of time. During their movement, MEDIs are influenced by other, counterclockwise rotating oceanic eddies. Due to these interactions, MEDIs modify their translation direction and can eventually lose their stability and be destroyed. We use the high-resolution MIT GCM ocean simulation dataset and combined it with a GAPCO bathymetry digital elevation model. We extracted from both datasets a region of interest with the respective selections illustrated in this image. We pre-processed both datasets in a 3D procedural modeling software. The visual representation of the MEDI structures was carried out with the help of isosurfaces. In order to facilitate real-time frame rates in the final version of the environment, we reduced the polygon count with the help of a feature-preserving algorithm, and we removed small noisy features. The bathymetry and topography were modeled as a height field. Height layers were used to establish dryland and ocean floor components in order to allow subsequent height-dependent texturing. Both datasets were then translated in the Unreal Engine 4 game engine. We sought to create an engaging, visually compelling environment. The previously defined height layers were textured with physically based materials. We created a dynamic ocean surface with Gersner waves, and we set up the scene lighting with the help of a directional light and the sky dome textured with a high dynamic range image. The underwater environment was created with the help of a water physics volume with a buoyancy and water friction component that enabled the implementation of a swim-like user motion as seen in this video captured during the early stages of development. We applied the Fresnel transparency shader to the salinity isosurface in order to highlight the lenticular shape and filaments of the MEDIs and allow the visibility of the interacting vorticity isosurfaces. We activated UE4's world composition and world origin rebasing features, which are important tools for achieving real-time performance. Our environment achieved on mid-range hardware 56-58 frames per second, ensuring a smooth visualization with no latencies or artifacts. In order to ensure a good visibility of the simulation, we established an active perimeter corresponding to the bounding box of the simulation data. The user is enabled to play the simulation only when situated within the limits of the active perimeter. We included a HUD that displays a circular time progress widget, a color legend, and a real-time sliding map that displays the user location in order to enhance the user's geographic orientation awareness. We used an Oculus Rift Touch HMD and kept the motion controls lightweight and mirrored. The script shows the user entering the water physics volume, where they will be able to navigate with a swimming-like motion. While the user is located within the active perimeter, the simulation can be played or stopped while the color legend and data description are added to the heads-up display. And here is an example of a user observing the evolution and wandering path of eddies of interest. The following captions describe the visual cues we implemented in order to enhance the user orientation regarding their location within or outside the active perimeter. Due to the current COVID-19 related restrictions, we were able to recruit only 5 test participants. Of these, 4 were male, 1 female. 1 participant had a background in oceanography, the rest in other climate sciences fields. After a short instruction, all users were able to adapt to the motion controls and easily interact with the scene and simulation within 1 minute. The participants found it useful to have the ability to dive inside the eddies and observe the inner structure evolution, as well as follow closely with easy navigation gestures the eddies on their wandering paths. Overall, participants had a positive view of our environment, and none of the participants reported significant motion sickness or asked to stop during the experiment. Thank you for listening.
Okay. Thank you, Felicia, for the presentation. Now we'll move on to the last paper of the workshop, which is social virtual reality, ethical considerations, and future directions for an emerging research space. And it will be presented by Divine Maloney in collaboration with Hugo Freeman and Andrew Robb.
Hello, thank you so much for coming to my talk. I'm going to chat today about social virtual reality, ethical considerations, and future directions for an emerging research space. My name is Divine Maloney, and I'm presenting this on behalf of my co-authors, Dr. Guo Freeman and Dr. Andrew Robb. Social virtual reality are 3D virtual spaces where multiple users can interact with one another through a VR head-mounted display. And in social VR, usually people are represented by full or partially body tracked avatars. So the avatar's movements will correspond to the real-time movements of one's physical body. AltSpace VR to the left and VR Chat are two of the most popular social VR platforms. AltSpace is owned by Microsoft and VR Chat is owned by HTC. And so looking at them, they're very different graphically. They also have different affordances. So here's the current social VR landscape. What's missing is Facebook Horizon, which is in private beta. But you have High Fidelity, Mozilla Hubs, Rec Room. Rec Room is also a top platform, 1 million users, 1 million active users monthly plus. And what's interesting about commercial social VR is that it mimics a lot of the attributes of virtual worlds, traditional virtual worlds, so like 2D and even like MUDs. And specifically, social VR mimics like communication in other online digital social spaces. So MUDs, multi-user dungeons, you know, the early first and primitive virtual worlds that had communication through text-based role playing, right? And all the way up to like more expressive interfaces. So here we have RuneScape, and you can type. You also have a virtual avatar, and this avatar allows you to dance and have specific emotes, etc. But what's also interesting about social VR and traditional virtual worlds is that they both have places where you can engage in play, work, and everything really in between. And so Second Life and RuneScape, you know, you can you can have a business meeting in there, or just play, have different sorts of engagement experiences. Additionally, there were various avatar representations found in both social VR and found in virtual worlds. And so traditional virtual avatar representations, you know, allow people to swap their genders, try out new avatars, have avatars that are in different spaces. So have an avatar that looks like you and maybe have an avatar that doesn't look like you. Or maybe you have a specific avatar for a specific for a specific virtual world. And so that kind of like begs the question, is social VR just a version of virtual worlds, but just in VR? Well, yes and no. Social VR is similar to virtual worlds, but affords much more. And the behaviors that are found in social VR mimic the offline world more so than in traditional online virtual worlds. And what I mean by that is, for example, sleeping. So people go into social VR and they sleep. It's a very unique experience where you can go into these sleep worlds, and usually found in VR Chat. You go into these sleep worlds and you can lay down, and you know, generally no one's gonna mess with you, right? And you wake up and it's an entirely new space, and so you get to experience that, right? Also, the youth perceiving VR as more and more real. And so also, are the affordances of the virtual body, so both positive and negative aspects. So more in-depth connections with one's avatar body, but also, you know, new forms of harassment. So virtual sexual assault, someone coming up to your avatar and making sexually explicit gestures on your avatar. That's not okay, right? But these are the things that are afforded now with the virtual avatar, both positive and negative. And to date, there are less than 10 full published papers on social virtual reality. And so conducting research on these sites should be done carefully, but also it's a call to action for researchers. And so in this paper, we laid out a few guidelines for conducting research in social VR. So number one, the research should maximize the potential benefits and minimize the possible harms, and making sure the participants have autonomy. Knowledge of said platform. So before you embark as a researcher on these social VR platforms, it's very important to spend ample amount of time on the platform to fully understand the nuances and the novelties of the unique platform. For example, VR chat and Altspace are very two completely different social VR platforms. They have different user bases and generally different environments that have different affordances. And so the approaches may be different on those sites. Also, ensuring privacy and care of participants. So this means including things like gait, motion track data, avatar appearance, username, voice. How are you going to protect this information of the participant? And then finally, sorry, not finally, another point of consideration is that researchers must aim to comply with the specific social VR platform's terms of service. So different platforms have different terms of service. For example, you are allowed to go into a public space on one platform and not in another platform. You are allowed to conduct research in private spaces on some platforms, but not in other platforms. So adhering to these. And then most social VR platforms have like specific sub communities. So users of a certain identity or interest, and these sub communities are formally recognized and show abiding by their own rules in accordance, in addition to the compliance of the platforms, and also recruiting diverse participants. And so the call to action basically talks about here's the call to action. What design considerations should be made to help platforms maintain intimate communication and still grow their user base? What are the legal considerations and ramifications regarding content, interactivity, and misbehavior and privacy in social VR? So here's just a few questions posed to really compel researchers and call them to action. And thank you all so much for coming to the talk today. My name is Divine Maloney, and presenting this on behalf of my two advisors, Dr. Will Freeman and Dr. Andrew Robb.
Okay, thank you, Divine, for the presentation. That wraps up the video presentation for our second session. So we'll now move on to the Q&A, the joint Q&A session. And I want to invite all the presenters to show themselves or to unmute themselves so that they can begin asking the question. I also invite the audience, if they want to jump in, just give us a sign, raise a hand, and we will unmute yourself. Okay, so we will begin in the order in which the papers have been presented. So we're starting from the paper about fighting alcohol craving using VR, the role of social interaction. So we have a first question for Daniel. So by Jan Rugenheimer, and the question is, in your implementation, you decided to remodel an existing bar from Copenhagen, but still used visuals that clearly show a virtual environment. Have you considered using an actual 3D reconstruction, like a 3D scan of an actual bar, or maybe even the bar that the patient often visited? I could imagine this personal flavor here to have a stronger impact on the craving if the scene is familiar to the patient. Do you think this could have an impact on the degree of craving? Okay, is the presenter here?
Yeah, so for the first part and the 3D reconstruction or 3D scan, we haven't really looked into 3D scans much, but as far as we know, they aren't like the technology for 3D scans aren't perfect, and studies show that the like more important than photorealism is the actual consistency in the environment, and also being able to adjust the environment for like the NPCs and be able to just mess around with the environment is much easier if you don't have a 3D scan. So having an actual virtual environment that's consistent is way more important for presence and immersion. And for the other part, yeah, of course, it would create more craving and would be better to make the what is it called? Make the environment for a patient, for specifically that patient, and of course make a bar that they went to. That would be the optimal way to do it. Right now we just made a bar because we of course don't have a specific patient. But yeah, it would increase craving if it was a situation that I've been in before.
And to follow up on that, did you ask the patient whether they recognize the environment as the real bar, or you didn't?
Well, again, we don't have a patient yet because we couldn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that would be interesting to see whether they actually see the environment as okay, this is a copy of the bar that I used to go, or this is something that looks like it, but not exactly. Okay, thank you, Daniel. We'll move on to the second paper, virtual reality-based high-intensity interval training for pulmonary rehabilitation. So a question from Emil from Benjamin Weyers. How did you keep participant in the study? And then second, what is your plan to increase the reliability of your empirical result? Is this an issue of the tool, questionnaire, or the low number of participants in the study?
There you go. In terms of dropouts to keep people in the study, well, of course, that for our study it wasn't an issue. But if you scale it up to a full-scale RCT, of course, we would assume to see some dropouts, which is only natural. And I think if the dropouts are too severe, then of course it would say something about the intervention and use. But we didn't do any specific things to keep the participants in the study. So for the B part, in terms of reliability, if we think of retest reliability, more participants, of course, would increase the statistical reliability of the study with more narrow confidence intervals. Specifically for the instruments that we use, the questionnaires, I think there is a problem with the motivation questionnaire that we used, or maybe not a problem, but a problem for this population. When we have questions that are negative or reverse questions that are used to delimit extreme response bias, but when we have participants that are maybe elderly participants, they tend to have, or at least what we saw was that there was a very high, a very low internal consistency in what they replied from between each sessions or between each questions. So when we removed those negative questions, we had a higher internal reliability of the instruments. So what we're doing in the future studies is, of course, to remove the negative questions or the reverse questions to increase the reliability. When measuring cyber sickness, unfortunately, we were a bit restricted on time, so we had to use just a single scale. It would be more valid or more reliable to measure the SSQ or something in multiple dimensions. But that would require a baseline post-test measurement, so we presented change scores. But one of the issues, of course, with the SSQ is that one of the sub-questions relates specifically to sweating, which is I mean, you're gonna sweat when you do exercise, so that's gonna be a confounder when trying to analysis that we have to work around. But yeah, that was a long answer.
Okay, no worries. Thank you, Emil. We'll get back to you. And then we have some question about the paper called Master, Exploring Ingredients of Virtual Dining Experiences. So one question is about the food from Benjamin Weyers. Why did you decide for oysters? I would assume that this is a type of food which is not so familiar. And second, perhaps also on the same note from Riku Otono, and how was the salty environment decided?
Good. Yeah, okay, I'm unmuted. So yeah, first thing first, the oysters, that was sort of a combination of, so the project was part of a collaboration with an actual sort of fine dining chef and a production house, XR production house. So we left a lot of the creative decisions in their hands, but they used us as sort of sparring partners. We went with oysters for essentially for two reasons. One was that was something that the chef was interested in getting on the menu. But a second reason was also that we used sort of a depth sensor to generate a point cloud showing the hands and the dishes. And that meant we wanted the interaction with the food to be as simple as possible, and ideally something you could eat with your hands. And oysters are pretty easy to eat. You just pick one up and go and eat it, right? So the food interaction was relatively simple. And then, I mean, before anybody participated, they were also made aware that that the study was about oysters. We didn't have room to sort of present that in the paper, but we also asked people about their attitudes to oysters before they were part of the study. And we actually saw that was where some interesting, but there were so few participants that it wasn't conclusive. But we actually did see that several participants that did not really like oysters before seemed to actually enjoy it more in VR. But again, the samples were so small that it didn't make too much sense to add it in the paper. With respect to the decision for the salty environment, as I said, the XR company, production company, was sort of responsible for choosing the environment. So they had multiple ideation sessions and sort of talking about what associations might be, or what might lead to salty associations. And then what we did afterwards, that once they had a pitch for some different environments, we came in and had a look and sort of tried to corroborate their decisions by looking at the literature. And there is some work suggesting that things like those colors and more pointy edges are associated with saltiness. And then the environment itself was also, it had some clear relations to the ocean, which hopefully also sort of brought that message through. But we didn't prototype the environments or evaluate them prior to the study you saw here, which would have been interesting to do.
Okay, thank you, Niels, for the answer. And then we'll move to the next paper. So a question for Felicia about their paper, real-time immersive VR visualization of ocean climate data. So a question from Daniel Zielasco. The question is, nice visualization. You decided to show a swimming human. Actually, I think it was a Unreal Engine robot or the Unity cyborg, whatever. Yeah. So the question is, why did you consider to use something like a submarine instead, more matching the used locomotion interface? And he acknowledges that probably a submarine is not steered using a VR controller. So what do you think?
Thank you, Daniel. So yes, that mannequin which you saw is from the Unreal Engine indeed. And it was used only during development to have a better grasp of how the motion is modeled. In the actual virtual environment, the release version, that's completely invisible. And we did think about a submarine in the beginning. However, a submarine would have something like a viewing window, right? I think all submarines have something like a round viewing window. And that would have taken away from the field of view for the user. So for us, because this is scientific visualization, for us it was quite important to offer an unencumbered field of view for the user, so that they would be able to see, as much of the data as possible. Keeping in mind also that this is high resolution data, and we plan in the future to use even high resolution data sets.
Thank you, Felicia. There's also a follow-up comment by Andrea Bons. And the comment is about the fact that the submarine could also allow to easily integrate some panels display with additional graphics or text, and perhaps that might be useful.
Yeah, that's a good point. There will be some more information added to the heads-up display in the future. We plan to do that as a list box, which then you can select, with your controller. So a list box which can unfold, and you select your options. That would require, of course, in the future. So for now, the controllers are mirrored. We just try to, they're like the easiest and simplest version of this environment. But in the future, we will move on to adding information.
Okay, thank you, Felicia. We'll get back to you later. And now a question for Divine and their paper about social virtual reality. So a question from Kyle Johnson, and can you comment on the features that social VR platforms use to control your own personal space, i.e. not allowing people who are not permitted to touch your virtual body? And he says that you don't know what these platforms do, if anything, and if I'm not wondering, why not?
Thanks for the question, Kyle. Yeah, the most common feature is blocking, or so you can block a person. Another feature is like personal space bubbles. You click it on your controller and it kind of creates a bubble around you, and so you can allow a specific person to not like interact with your avatar or like everyone in general. And now they're coming out with newer features, and every platform's a little bit different, but generally blocking in every platform has like a version of a personal space bubble. Now there's another feature where it's like you kind of just go into your own virtual world. So let's say you're being harassed, but shuts you out. Only
we are not hearing you correctly. I think there's some problem with the microphone. It cuts in and out. Try saying something.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, now it's better. Okay, so can you repeat your answer?
Yeah, sorry about that. So usually two features. One is just general blocking, and another feature is personal space bubble, where people cannot interact with you. You can press a button and then it creates a bubble around you, and maybe one person, you don't want them interacting with your virtual avatar. Or you can make it so that another, generally like everyone around you cannot interact with your personal avatar. So those are the most general two features. There are new features coming out now where allow you to press a button and it creates basically a shell around you. And so you go into your own virtual world within a virtual world. No one's there, just in case you're being harassed by multiple people.
That's really neat. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then we move back to the first paper about fighting alcohol craving. And there's a question from Augusto. And the question is, since you mentioned cravings and social interaction, he asked the low-hanging fruit question about what are the trade-offs with a purely AR experience, for instance, for just-in-time interventions?
Yeah, so of course, you could use AR to get a more in vivo experience where you would actually be in a bar and just have a fake beer. But the problem would be that it would be less controlled than in a VR environment. And also in the VR environment, you would of course be, if you were in a clinical setting, it would be closer to in vivo than an AR application. But of course, yeah, you could make a pretty easy or a lighter version of this gear exposure therapy with just having a beer in AR. But again, it would be less in vivo than using VR in a clinical setting, and you lose control if you went into an actual bar. And also another thing is that in virtual reality, you would actually be able to have the the therapist with you in the virtual bar, and they could actually be like an NPC, like they could act as one of the characters instead of actually being like the therapist. Whereas in AR, it will require a lot more to change the person, so they wouldn't be like their therapist.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. And now a question for Emil from Andrea Bones. The question is, could the three elderlies handle the HMD all by themselves? And were they able to get on and off the bike with the HMD by themselves? Here I see, unfortunately, a limitation for training at home for patients in self-isolation.
Yeah, I agree. First, to address the first part, we did see like a very classical Ebbinghaus learning curve the people or the participants improved over the course. Just after a few sessions, they were able to fit the headsets themselves, and even more so, part of the experiment had to have them adjust the resistance on the bike, and they were able to do that as well while wearing the headset. So looking under the headset, lifting it and adjusting it. So they were able to sort of get around the mechanics of wearing the headsets and interacting with the bike at the same time. So for home-based therapy, of course, that's an entirely different game, and we have to have a more simple setup that doesn't require adjusting. There's a lot of things that can go wrong with wearing the headsets. So it needs to be like a headset that is maybe standalone, untethered display, doesn't have a lot of wires, just have that one application on that you can just press one button and start it. And of course, there's going to be the issue of safety and acceptability, which in a future RCT study would probably require us to not engage with the more vulnerable participants or with COPD or yeah.
All right, thank you for Emil. Now a question for the Martyr paper, exploring ingredients of virtual dining experiences. A question from Kyle Johnson, who says, this is so cool, great job. And so the question is about whether you have people in the same physical room together. Can you comment on how it may have been different if you had them physically separated?
So am I unmuted? Speaking of not being alone, I got guests all of a sudden. So yeah, I don't know actually to what extent it was a deliberate decision that we wanted to have multiple people to make it sort of increase ecological validity. The first study was also performed in an actual sort of restaurant setting. For the second one with the ice cream, we moved to the lab, but had multiple people together still. I don't know exactly what effects it might have had in the sense that because people went into it knowing that it was a study about experiences of food in VR, of course, a lot of the conversation around the table was about eating and what it tasted like, and they were answering questions in between. So I wouldn't be surprised if it, to some extent, sort of that they colored each other's opinions, but exactly what effect it might have, I don't know. But again, it was at least to some, broadly speaking, it was deliberate because we were hoping that that the results we would get would sort of reflect how you felt after an actual restaurant experience. So yeah, that's the best I can get in terms of getting to an answer to that question.
Okay, and there's a related question by Svetlana. No? She says, in study 1, you mentioned about individual different preferences, but have you checked out about individual general preferences towards salty, sweet, etc.? For example, using a standardized questionnaire from food multisensory literature.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Yeah, no, so we didn't. I mean, we asked about their attitudes towards oysters more generally before, but we didn't ask about preferences towards salty and sweet. And I think at least for going into the project, I didn't realize that there was this much literature on quantifying taste perception. We were leaning on some standardized measures or like used anchors from standardized questionnaires and all of this. But I think, yeah, if we had fewer dishes, because it was sort of a rather long experience, we would probably have added more questions as well. But it's a very good idea, but we didn't do that.
All right, thank you. Yeah, she wants to.
Because it was my question, because as you know, I did quite a lot of studies in food.
Yeah.
And that's why I ask this, because it's extremely important to get, and hope you run future studies and you invite all this team now to visit you to taste not only oysters, but also ice cream or whatever. Looking forward. If not the next conference, maybe even sooner to taste
it. Should have been a demo.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nielsen. Okay, and now a question for Felicia, related to the submarine aspect that we were talking about before. So from Augusto, so he says a submarine or other representation could also curtail phobia such as thalassophobia, where one feels particularly vulnerable swimming in larger bodies of water. Did you observe any of these issues with your prototype?
That is a very good point. I have to say we didn't think about thalassophobia, neither myself nor my colleague who is an oceanographer. Yeah, we were focusing only whether the users have motion sickness, so that our environment wouldn't alienate any potential users. But I will put this actually as a point because we want, of course, to have our application reaching general audiences. So that's a very good point, which I'm going to write down. And we want to consider this in the future.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Felicia. Okay, well, there's another question. We'll say that for the next round. And then now a question for Divine about social virtual reality from Riku Otono. The question is, do you think law is needed in social virtual reality? Like in the real world, if you act illegally, you will face some consequences or punishment. What do you think?
Yeah, that's a good question. Thank you for that. So there are rules, right? There are rules in the platform. If you do misbehave, you'll get, punished, etc. But I think the larger question that you're kind of poking at is, what's the governance structure? And two, do we want these platforms governing our behavior in the virtual world? And so do we want Facebook, HTC controlling how and what we can say and do? Yeah, it's a really interesting question. I think as VR and social VR becomes more popular, and it is, like Rec Room, for example, is I think the first $1 billion VR company, 1 million active users monthly, and that's at a minimum. So they're blowing up, but as these social VR platforms become more and more accessible and people use them, I do think there needs to be some sort of ramifications, because what happens on these platforms is you can get away with inappropriate behaviors and nothing happens to you. You just kind of get ramified on the platform. And so, for example, in my research, I've interviewed kids and they said people were being weird, and then we reported them, but nothing happened to them. And so if you're messing with kids, you should be, in my opinion, you should be punished for that. So yeah, I do think eventually laws will be needed, but how to do it and how to do it for the entire world, that's pretty challenging.
Yeah. Yeah, Riku, you want to add something? You need to unmute yourself.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, cool. We can do another round of questions. So let's go back to the fighting alcohol craving paper. So a question for Daniel. And the question from Andrea Bons. So the question is, since you work with an audiovisual scene, did you also have the room acoustics of a bar? And then second, have you thought about using olfactories as well? And third, can later participants choose their favorite drinks to be visualized instead of the used Tuborg? Do you think this might have an impact on the results?
So yeah, first, we do have spatialized sounds. We use Google Resonance, and we also model the acoustics, of course. And then we also have the soundscape of a bar with the NPCs talking and drinking and such. And the second one, the olfactory, there's a lot of studies who's actually shown that olfactory cues do induce a lot of craving with a lot of success. But for now, we're just focusing on the social context. So we won't be implementing this soon, but in the future, it would be optimal to have olfactory cues as well. And what was the last part again?
The last part was whether participants could choose their favorite drinks to visualize instead of a Tuborg, and whether you think that might have an impact on the results.
Yeah, so we actually already have this, but right now we ask the participants before they enter the VR application, and we changed it beforehand. In the future, it will of course be in application instead of before.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. And so now a question for Emil. about a high-intensity interval training presentation. So a question from Ji Hei Han. You mentioned gamification in the beginning of the study. Any further thoughts in this direction or alternatives to increase motivation?
Thank you. That's an excellent question. To be fair, we didn't really implement any classical gamification principles within the application, primarily to keep the application simple. We sort of presume that too many game elements would be too exhausting for the participants to keep track of. And that's another thing. That's the interesting part is that when you use the intrinsic motivation inventory and sort of pair that with the gamification principles, a lot of the gamification principles relies very much on extrinsic reward contingencies, which is not very intrinsic by nature. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but we have to rethink how we measure motivation as a product of some intrinsic motivation from the participants. But I think the next studies could definitely use just simple point collecting, maybe not comparing them with other participants, but with their own performance in the previous session would be a good way to do it in a simple way.
There's a follow-up from Andrea Pons, which is, what about using those gamification elements also used for gait rehabilitation? These have often been proven supportive and motivative, or are there certain challenges in the high-intensity interval training which have to be met specifically? So perhaps maybe Andrea wants to clarify what are those gamification elements that she referenced, or if you know what she means, then you can explain.
If I should explain what those game mechanics are, or
that's a question from myself. I'm not familiar with what exactly is reference to, like a specific gamification elements. Are we talking about leaderboards or that kind of thing? So I see that Andrea is here, so maybe she can add that, or you can answer the question as you interpret it. Yeah, she microphone available in a few moments, but okay, yeah, in the meantime.
Of course, I'm not sure that the gamification principles are the same that I've read so far, but it seems to be pretty much all over the place. We're just implementing like whatever principles that are available, and maybe sometimes even implementing more than is needed. So I think our approach is to start simple and scale it up to see what has a negative effect on the participants. But sure, we could definitely look into what has been done within the field of rehabilitation on geriatric patients, on gamification, what works and what doesn't work.
Okay, and there was a comment also by Rico Otono. Maybe you can answer that in the Discord about whether there are any study measuring motivations of people. Maybe you can put some references there.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So we have some comments in the Zoom chat from Andrea. So, for example, she was thinking about stuff like flowers growing when participants bike well, or similar stuff, or following an animal running before you. So that kind of thing.
Yes. Well, just to also clarify on the other things about the social collaboration or the social element, we have done some studies since then on what is the impact of social facilitation on the experience, and a lot of the previous studies that have relied on some element of a social interaction has relied on competitive features. When we asked around the participants, or just in overall for elderly participants, they seem to be more focused on, or more keen to engage with the collaborative experiences. So gamification principles, or if it's in some collaborative task that has to be solved, it has to be take that into account. We're doing a study design right now on having some joint tasks with having to spot animals. So that's something that we are currently doing. But of course, the COVID situation is putting everything on hold.
Okay, thank you, Emil. We'll move to the next question about the master paper, Exploring Ingredients of Virtual Dining Experiences. So there's a question from Augusto about whether you can elaborate a bit further on the real-world ramifications of your work.
Yeah, of course. So, I mean, I think there's sort of two perspectives to this. So one is, how did it actually, so again, affect the final dining experience that was presented some months ago? And I think actually, so part of the studies we ran and presented the paper here were prototypes of final dishes that then ended up turning out very, very different. So one of the things I think they did was that they ended up not experimenting so much with incongruence, because it was very hard predicting what people actually thought of it. But they did continue with because the narratives seemed to work quite well and generated a lot of associations. What they did in the final dining performance was actually more of sort of a commentary on eating meat. So it has a big play around it where you yourself is cast as a duck and you have to kill other participants or other dining guests that are also ducks, and it's quite sort of complicated. I'm happy to share a link to the company's website. So it did. I think that the study did have some sort of informed the final design choices. I don't think in terms of I don't think anything in this study, the findings have changed our view on how visuals change taste perception. We found some of the findings were in line with previous research, but I think more than anything, what we sort of got out of it was that how hard it is actually to predict what kind of effects things will have when you put it into both a far more messy context, which is VR, compared to the sometimes simple stimuli used in other studies, but then also this sort of complex dining context where people are eating together. Predicting the results of your manipulations is very, very hard. So yeah.
Okay. And in a few words, what are the ramifications on the aesthetic experience instead?
I'm not sure I understand exactly what that means.
Okay, well, maybe you can follow that up on the Discord.
Yes.
Since we are running out of time. But thank you, Niels, again for the
thank
answers. Okay, so let's move on to the last two papers. So again, there's one further question for Felicia. The question is, have you considered ways of filtering information to enable the user to focus only on what they want to see, or maybe more overarching visualization of the ocean climate data by G.A. Han, for example, like a smaller 3D minimap of the ocean map that the user can access within the simulation?
Yes. Thank you, G.A., for your question. So what we thought about so far is giving users the possibility to select the certain time steps in the simulation. So currently they can play or stop the simulation, but they can jump, forward or backward, which could be important, especially for any future data, because climate phenomena is usually seasonal. So it could be useful for them to, restrict their focus on spring or winter phenomena and so on. As for the second part of your question, yes, we did think about the bigger regions, and there we would like to include indeed a bigger map, like you suggested, and with points of interest marked on the map, and the user would be able to teleport from each location to each other. That's what we thought so far. Thing is, so far we had a really small sample of test participants, but hopefully in the future we'll do an online call for participants so that people can test it at home. Our application is already available on our website, so hopefully people will test it and we get feedback on what is any specific focus thing they would like to focus on, or if they would like to have certain map regions shown better.
Okay, thank you, Felicia. And then to wrap up the Q&A session. One last for Divine about social virtual reality. So a question from Augusto. Do you consider not only replicating real-world social interaction and bodily action, but also augmenting these in a way only possible in VR? That is, what are the particular affordances of this environment that go beyond the real world?
Great question. So to quickly summarize, if you've seen Ready Player One, that's what I would say the current stance of social VR is right now. So, you know, having new experiences, doing things that you wouldn't do in the like traditional online world, sleeping in VR, embodying different avatars, like really tall avatars, really short avatars, going to different places. But to be honest, I think we're only scratching the surface. And as more people get in, there will be like more unique experiences that are catered specifically to like a social VR world. A lot of people love painting and just really extending the current reality. But I think as more kids get in, they'll be more creative than like everyone on this panel, right? And then there'll be more, I think, more interactive and really fun experiences that come out of this.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. And that brings us to the closing of the workshop. This was the 7th edition of the workshop on everyday virtual reality. I want to thank again all the authors, the presenters, and all the people who asked questions. It was a very interesting and insightful workshop, which we hope to continue again, maybe for an 8th edition, who knows, in the New Zealand next year. But before you all leave, there's a few exciting news that we want to share with you, and let Benjamin take the floor.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much also to all authors from my side. I just prepared a one slide just to make you aware of something we are currently preparing. We are currently working on a book with Springer called Everyday Virtual and Augmented Reality. We actually have a quite cool set of chapters, but still there's room for some additional topics when they fit well. So if you're interested in that, I'm happy to receive a one-pager from your side, like a very short proposal telling what the chapter should be about. And then we check how this fits in the current like structure of chapters we have in the book. Just for your general orientation, the submission for the chapters is the end of June this year. And then we are going through a two-step review process, which is under the authors to maintain quality. And we're currently heading for submitting the final book in the end of this year. So the second half of this year, it's planned for reviewing and revising the chapters. So it's not about rejecting chapters, but to get things as consistent as possible over the book. We plan for 20 to 25 pages per chapter, and Springer is counting 550 words per page so that you have a more or less estimate what is asked for. So reach out to me via my email address you see on the slide, or Discord is also another option. Twitter, we're also visible on Twitter. So just to reach out and try to send me the proposal as soon as possible, because you see the submission deadline is probably 3 months, but it's these 3 months are very short for a 20 pages chapter. So just let me know if you're interested, and send me a ping, and in the best case directly a one pager, also telling who should be the authors and what you want to talk about in this context, of course, of the workshop's topic. Okay, that's from my side. Thank a lot for all the authors, for all the papers, for the presenters, and the great discussions and all the questions from the audience. Yeah, so Adalberto, you want to have the famous last words then?
It's okay, but yeah, see you all next year.
See you in Christchurch.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye. Enjoy the rest of the day and the other workshops. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Darlene Barker, and I am here with Dr. Lewis, my advisor from the Computer Science Department at UMass Lowell. Today, we're going to be talking about emotions in virtual reality. The talk today will include an intro, a problem, solution, applications, and also some further research. So the intro, do I need to admit people or is someone taking care of that? Oh well. Anyway, oops. Okay.
Don't worry about that. We'll let people in.
Okay. All right. So intro, we're talking about emotions in virtual reality. And today we're going to talk about how we can use voice, facial expression, body language, and touch to create an emotional closeness and nonverbal intimacy needed in a non-physical interpersonal communication. Okay. So first off, what can you do in VR? You can watch movies, you can play games, you can, play extreme sports, mountain biking, and there are others. You could do virtual tours, museums, college campuses, and you could read a story to your child while you're still at work and they're at home using a Google Cardboard headset. And you have that closeness that you're there, but still missing a thing or two. We also have showrooms that you can go buy cars virtually. That's pretty cool. And you can do practice presentations, which, or virtual presentations like I'm doing now. You can pretend you're a bird and fly. A neat thing I came across was, creating artwork with tilt brush. That's pretty cool. Designing homes, and you can participate in movies or shows virtually.
If I may jump in.
Yeah.
So I have a friend.
Thank you.
Who is a semi-retired psychologist. He used to split his time between being a school psychologist and being in private practice until he decided to retire from the school. And today, his entire career is treating people with different types of phobias entirely just using virtual reality. You can actually look him up. He has a Facebook channel. His name is Howard Gurr, Gurr. Goes by Howie sometimes, and sometimes by Dr. Gurr. And what he has told me, he lives in Long Island, New York, and he has had people who are afraid of flight. He had somebody who drove all the way from Colorado to get his VR sessions because she was afraid to fly. And eventually she did come to visit him flying, taking a flight. He has used the same type of technique for people who are afraid of swimming, who are afraid of making public presentations like we're doing here. So there are quite a number of uses of virtual reality outside of what appears to be the mainstream that everybody's thinking about. Just to give you a quick reference, I've been teaching now for the last 3 years in parallel with an arts professor, a course in virtual and augmented reality, where we split half of the students are computer science students and the other half are art students, and they have to team together such that each team has at least one from each side of the brain, if you will. And there are plenty of things that people can do with virtual reality, but the most salient that you see among these students and among the general population is actually games. That's all people think about. No, well, I won't say all, but a substantial portion of what they think about is games. I got introduced in reality to virtual reality back at the SIGGRAPH of 1996 in New Orleans, where Henry Fuchs, who is a distinguished pioneer in computer graphics and a professor at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, you probably know his name, he had come up with an architecture that nowadays resides in every GPU and every computer that you have. But back then, in order to demonstrate its abilities, he actually brought a huge trailer with all the gear that was processing it. And he was offering attendees of the conference an opportunity, a very brief one because there was a long line of people, an opportunity to experience what virtual reality could be used for. And I participated in a brief experiment for what's called radiation therapy treatment planning. So if a person has cancer and they have a tumor, one of the most traditional treatments have been to send X-rays through the tumor. Now, the idea is that each one of the X-rays by itself cannot cause enough damage, but if you aim all of them together to converge on the tumor, the accumulated radiation will zap the tumor without destroying too much of healthy tissue. So the traditional way that people have done this is by putting wedges of lead in front of the different beams to attenuate how much of the beam will go into the person's body, which is a very heuristic system. So we were experimenting with a virtual reality experiment in which we had a head-mounted display. The resolution was poor. If you want to get a feel for what kind of a resolution it is, go online and look for Dire Straits' Money for Nothing video clip from the late 80s or possibly early 90s. And there are some parts there that are computer graphics, but very crude. That's about the level of resolution we had there. And we had a head-mounted display with a big braid connected to the trailer and another hand cursor with another braid connected to the trailer. And then we had a visual, a three-dimensional, a stereo vision of an individual with a red blob that was the tumor. And the task was to adjust the beams using that handheld cursor and hitting the button when we thought that that beam would go through the tumor. And we had 3 of those, and I forget how many seconds. It wasn't too much of a time. But that was kind of an opener for these kinds of abilities. These days, you see people are using virtual reality to explore a lot of other types of spaces where they cannot really go in, like that tumor. The only other way to get in there would have been to cut that patient. I'll shut up now.
Okay. Okay. There's one thing I missed on the last. Thank you, doctor. On the last slide, there was a mention of a gender switching. It's called the Machine to Be Another from Be Another Lab. It's a new thing where you can understand being in another person's body. But this is not what the talk's about, but I thought it's worth mentioning. So we've looked at what we can do in virtual reality. And now we're going to look at emotions. Okay. And the ones, well, it says it there, core emotions, the ones with those little asterisks next to it. We started out with this, with the 4, but then I found data sets with more. So, yeah. Okay. All right. So we're looking at emotions, and it's it's not the straight line of one variable. It's so many pieces to make up, you know, the data sets to collect for emotions. One example I have is when for face recognition, I had two separate data sets. One was pictures, the other one was pixels, the pixel number, and that's what I was using. I'll show a slide of that in a little bit. But for now, we're just looking at what different people talk about emotions. You know, humans communicate numerous emotions with touch. So touch is what my research area is on. In my head, I think of it as, how do I add touch to virtual reality? And because in day-to-day life, touch is part of what keeps us connected. So you'll see it coming up quite a bit, even though the talk says emotions in VR, but it's all hinged on touch in my mind. So measures of emotions and not markers of emotions. And I'll touch on that later. I just thought it was a really neat statement. So when I was looking at the slides last night, there was all these things, and the one thing I didn't do was define touch. So it was like this big aha moment looking at 100 slides. And no, there's not 100 slides. There was 100 last night, but they're not today. It was like I needed to do that. So in virtual reality, touch is, we're trying to recreate this physical thing, but it's an illusion. It's it's oh boy, I lost the word. Anyhow, so the way that right now touch is being replicated is through, you have a trigger and then you have a vibration or some other thing will happen to trigger, to let you know visually that touch happened. But it's not, that's not what we're trying to do. But I thought I'd say that. Okay, so it's of great interest because it's central to us being humans. We need that physical connection. We see, we hear, but we need that added thing. So the digital, in VR right now, we're using controllers, we're using gloves, gestures, head tracking. Oops. But, and as I was saying earlier, vibration is used as a substitute for touch. It's basically you trick your visual, and you trick yourself into thinking you touch something when you go to pick it up in VR, but you don't really. No. So here's the problem. I tried to do a neat statement about what the problem is, what I think the problem is. Sound and visuals are not quite enough to recreate emotions in VR. We need to be able to get a little closer to physical touch. Well, won't get there right now, but we need to be able to get a little closer than just vibrations. And so here, what can't you do in VR? I think I'm going to sum it up because of the less time we have. We need to be able to touch things and to be touched in VR. Not, say you're walking past a tree in the world, you should be able to, now I'm beginning to feel like a crazy person, but that's okay. That you walk by it, you should feel something, and not just bump in and have a vibration. Okay. So here's another challenge, which I talked about. Keep going. Okay, so here's the thing. When we talk about touch, we're talking about picking things up, moving things around. But what I'm getting at is being able to touch another person in the world. And in a couple of minutes, I will show what I'm really talking about. And this quote actually summed it up rather well for me. You know, it's not about picking things up, but at the same time, it would be nice to pick up that rock and feel something different than you would if you, okay, right now you pick up a rock, you pick up a feather, you get the same feedback or similar feedback. It'd be nice to feel something about it, something different about it. Okay, so, okay. It would add to, you know, feeling more like you're in the world as opposed to tricking your mind into thinking that you're in the world. And this is another area, emotions. They're like 5 or more different components. You know, you have the first one would be expressions. You have facial expression, what they're saying, what their body is doing, body language. But then what are they saying when they react to what's being said? And then there are others, feelings, but those are not what we're interested in. It's the expression, you know, facial expression, uh, hearing, I'm sorry, body language. So here I'm going to go over what we're proposing, early thoughts, the data collection, a little bit about a machine learning algorithm, not a lot, the agent and the core, the user, and some issues. So I'm gonna, I think this resides in my head more than anything, so I'm gonna talk about this here. So I think that touch could be, in VR, can be done in such a way. Let's just imagine we're sitting at a coffee table. There are 2 people sitting at a coffee table, coffee shop, and one person reaches over and touches the other. The other person smiles. Hold that thought. We're going to go forward a bit. Hold that thought. Okay. Let's go back one. Okay. It's the same picture, but it's a little different. So that hand touching, I'm not sure if you can see the mouse. Can you see the mouse? Okay, good. Okay, so the hand touching is this is very simplified, okay? The hand touch, the hand touch in goes into the agent, and here at this time we don't have sensors set up to do this, but in terms of, I have some data sets that I use where you collect the you collect the data comes in, and using in one setup I use KNN K nearest neighbors with SVM, and I was able to get a recognition of what that was, what happened in terms of the person's body language. I also was able to figure out facial expression, face recognition from another data set. So in goes the touch data. It goes through the machine learning algorithm and the model, and you figure out what just happened, and based on what just happened, along with the person's facial expression, what's in the ambient noise, what's being said, you can then give a sensation. So now back to the coffee shop, two people, one touch, one smile. So that whole process of that touch and that smile, you have the model taking the sensations from the touch, creating the view of the face, because in reality those two people are, one is in one room or the other, or thousands of miles apart, so they're not really there, but what they're seeing is what the agent creates. So based on what interaction is going on, what's being said, and also what input the user gives. The other thing I do want to point out, there non-user input. So there's inputs coming that the user does not initiate. It's being collected, and that helps add to what's being seen and what's being felt. Please tell me if that made any sense to anybody other than me. Anyhow, so that's the agent. It's like the black box. So I'm gonna go back to the weird table that sorry for jumping around. So when I first presented the idea to my advisor, I had pieces of paper, and this was the first thing. And I like to keep the first of whatever project I'm working on, even if it's outdated or whatever. It's anyway. So this was the early thought. I thought, I was thinking, well, I can get these 4 or 5, these number of inputs, but then I took a sensory Android sensor programming course, and then I realized how much more data I can get from sensors, and depending on which ones I'm using. So this is kind of outdated, but not really, because here we're talking about creating the visuals, the sounds, and the touch sensations. Those are still valid, but it's memories. So the big idea, using haptic devices, tactile sensations to deliver touch between two parties. At this point, it's 2. It could, let's get through 2 first and then add on. Using machine learning and having it all work together. And when I came with the idea, I was thinking about long distance communication, because I was away from my children for a whole long 3 weeks, and I thought the world was ending because I couldn't touch my children when I was talking to them. So this is all remembering when. So now we have social distancing. So now it's okay, we need ways of keeping connected. My mom is states over. It'd be nice to be able to reach out and touch her, but well, for the most part. Anyhow, so on to, does anyone have any questions? Is it making any sense, or no? Okay, all right. So let's see, there were 2 data sets that for the facial recognition, which I mentioned, and this is one row. So the first, I think it's a neutral view, 0, and I just thought it would be interesting. It's not meant to be read, and this is just a clip of another data set. I took little pieces. So disgust is what this piece is. I think this one is angry, happy, and neutral. So just a cute filler. And then let's move on. So I didn't do the pseudocode or anything because I am doing scripting at this point and I haven't done the optimized code. So on a superficial level, this is what this bit does, but not really because there's multiple things going on. So on a superficial level, and the same for this guy. And that one. Yeah. So I went over that and then that one. So here's the, so we went over the agents. So now the user level, I already did collecting of data. Yeah, let's do those. So here is where I'm thinking. At this point, the focus is on having the models working where it can take a lot of input and create a good percentage of accuracy of what that data meant. So there's this one, but the idea, I'm thinking it would be better if it could be done more online and iteratively as opposed to a static training set, but that's later. There was no preference. So there was a question in chat about using k-nearest neighbor and SVM. I was exploring different options, and at that time I tried that because it made sense that day. But then at the same time, I went along and did CNN on the same data set. So at this point, it's exploration for what would be best. So I hope I answered your question. Yeah, you're welcome. Okay. So, and feedback. So let's see, at this point, sounds and the vibration of controller, which is what is currently done. Yeah, yeah. So it's non-invasive at this point. Yes. I called it agent. I was thinking of black box. I just called it an agent. It has no bearing on AI or anything. I was just thinking of a neat name. At this point, it was just what came up. I don't know. But it could be. It could be. It could be. There's another question.
You could use a different term. Think about it like an intermediary. Yeah. Because what you have here, or think of it this way, there are two entities that in real life would have been connected this way. Now you pull them apart. Think of it, what happened when the telephone was invented. The concept was, I could have a conversation with a human being in the same room, but I can't have a conversation with that same human being if they are a mile away or 1,000 miles away. I'm pulling them apart. I need to find a mechanism that will connect the two of us. I need some kind of an intermediary. And the telephone system of that day created a whole system of switches and wires and things like that. You can think of all of that stuff as an intermediary that would take the voice of one individual, transmit it to the other one, and vice versa. Now you can think of it as exactly the same way. I'm going to put some kind of a box, and granted, a lot of the contents of that box are still under research. This is entirely research, but the idea is that the box will sort of perform for the purpose of transmission of emotions that are a little bit more wholesome than just words or even facial expressions, to include a wider range of sensations. And touch is obviously a primary candidate to be added. And to have that intermediary box perform that. Now, obviously, the task of conveying an emotional, a rich emotional experience in a long distance situation is a bit complex. So you need to come up with a way to analyze the various inputs that come across in a conversation or in an interaction between two individuals, first when they are in the same physical space, and then when you remove them apart from each other, what would it take to replicate or to some degree simulate that amount of information? And that amount of information obviously includes voice and visual, just like what we're doing currently. And on top of that, in particular, when you start talking about conveying emotions, you're thinking, well, I would like to add the dimension of touch. I would like to have some kind of a device that I could touch here, and the other party on the remote side would have a comparable, or I don't know if comparable is the right word, because a complementary apparatus on their side that they could. So it's sort of like a transmitter and a receiver. I transmit my touch interaction. The device, through that intermediary box, transmits it to the receiver side of it, and vice versa. If you think about the old phone thing, it's exactly that. There is a transmitter where I speak and a receiver where I hear. Now, try to expand that where we add that additional transmitter receiver relationship for touch. But now what we're trying to do is we are trying to bring together the information, the data that is captured in voice, in visual, for example, facial expression, and in touch. And we try to bring them all together to convey a certain emotional message. And we're not converting this emotional message to text explaining, oh, here, this person on the other side is smiling and touching your palm. Therefore, you should understand that they are trying to express some sympathy or some love. The assumption is that if done correctly, the receiving end will experience a sense that is close enough, or hopefully indistinguishable from what would have happened if they were across the table at that cafe.
Thank you, Professor. I'm going to make a funny. I was in the bank this morning reading a paper in line, and it talked about it's talking about the machine learning techniques and the amount of data you can collect. Now, it's using an EEG to collect. Someone asked about how the data would be collected. Well, at this point, I'll give you my dream version. Okay, I am thinking of a fabric that has sensors embedded that can pick up something against the skin, that can pick up oh boy, I was explaining it to my teenager this morning. It made more sense when I was doing it. But it's fabric that you can put on your hands, on your shoulder. You could put a mask on because you're in the VR setup, and you can put a mask on, which we're accustomed to wearing masks now, so it won't be. So if someone was to touch your cheek, you would feel it. That's what I'm dreaming of. So now back to reality. I still think fabric. Okay. Also EEG sensor. The paper I was reading this morning talked about, the facial expression, voice, but they talk about a new thing which I didn't include in the slides because I didn't think of that. We can mask how we're feeling, but I'm assuming that at this cafe, these two people came because they wanted to interact. So I'm hoping that there won't be any masking, and that's not something I need to worry about at this point. But then again, okay, back to how is the data collected? EEG sensor, some kind of fabric where you can say put a shirt on, and if you're talking on the phone and you reach and touch the shoulder, it would be felt. This is my dream. But let's see, did I answer all the questions? If I didn't answer your question, just drop it again, and my apologies ahead of time. So we're back to the drawing, but this time to touch on issues. With the emotion recognition that I've been playing with, I realize now that the images of the whole face. But when you're in a VR headset, this is all you're gonna get. So I haven't tested that yet, but it'll be interesting to see if one would be able to recognize happy with just half of the face, So that's an issue.
Or you'll have to go from virtual to augmented reality, in which case the entire virtuality of virtual reality is at your disposal, but at the same time, the face is not completely masked or covered. There is an exposure, and it can merge both the reality and the virtuality.
Yeah. So that was the one issue that I I came across while I was doing this. Now, please take this in for a moment. Think about this. She was away. I found this in the Times, one of the recent edition. It talked about emotions, and I thought that was interesting. She was away for 7 months and she hadn't touched her daughter. I was complaining about 3 weeks. Yes. So we've taken that in for a moment. Why is it important? So now back to it. As humans, we need that social connection. So that's a reason. And it would help for our game experience, although it's not all about gaming, but it would help. It could help with communication. For spouses that are separated by continents, it can help make people feel happy that they can touch, just a touch on the cheek, good God, that would be awesome, anyhow. So let's see. Okay. we're ready for applications. I know that we've touched on uses, but here is a few more. Medical. I do have one. You go to the doctor and you're experiencing pain, and they give you that wonderful chart that says 1 to 10. But you know, it would be nice if they were able to test it. Yes. It would be nice if they were able to, you know how they check your temperature? How about check your pain level themselves versus, you know, making judgments on different people? Well, no, you're not really in pain, or yeah, you're whatever. So that's one thought. That wasn't very thought out. I don't have a slide for it, but
let me jump in for a little bit of
awesome.
medical, because as a matter of fact, I spent a good chunk of the 1980s at a radiology department. We were a medical imaging section within a radiology department, and our task, our job was to gather scanner data from CT scanners, MRIs, and whatever other types of modalities existed there, and to come up with better ways for the radiologists and possibly the surgeons to use that data to interpret what's been going on within a person's body. And one of the things that we proposed as early as 1986, and it was a little too early, but these days you can probably encounter things of the sort, was touch or pressure sensitive surgery simulation. And the concept has been that you scan a person. Let's say there was a case that we had to process the data of a person who had been in a motorcycle accident and lost about 1/2 of their skull. And the surgeon, not me, I never touch a scalpel, but the surgeons were going to actually reconstruct that missing part of the skull by grafting bone from the person's legs. We created for them a 3-dimensional reconstruction of the skull with the missing parts after the accident. And then also we simulated what it would be like with the grafting. But the part that we had not been able to do at that time, and we proposed to create, was the ability for the surgeon, before actually going with a real scalpel and cutting through the person's real skin and flesh and bone, to be able to perform that kind of a simulated surgery on a 3-dimensional model with a device that is force feedback sensitive, that will simulate the behavior of the scalpel. So when the surgeon pushes that device towards the 3-dimensional reconstruction, at some point at which in reality they would have actually start penetrating the body of the person, there will be a pushback, just like the real body would be pushing back. And all of that was designed using a virtual reality head-mounted display showing 3-dimensional stereo fusion, so that depth relationships are available to the surgeon, and allowing them to come up with the entire plan of pre-operative planning, so that they know exactly what they're going to do as they're cutting the real person. These days, you can find various applications of even telesurgery, situations in which the patient is located at a place where the surgeon is not able to arrive there, whether it's for whatever reason, the distance not available. They now have equipment that is capable of doing it to a certain level. It's still in its pre-infancy, I would call it, but you could mount on the patient some equipment that is the equipment that does perform the surgery, but instead of being controlled directly by the hands of the surgeon is located at a remote location, has a virtual reality. As a matter of fact, it's more going to be augmented rather than virtual reality. If it's a complete distance, then it does have to be virtual. But if there is some more proximity, an augmented reality option might be more appropriate. And the surgeon operates remote gear that manipulates remotely, robotically, the actual surgery. And obviously, force feedback is extremely important. Touch is extremely important. The ability to assess the texture and the softness or hardness and all of those things are extremely important for the surgeon to be able to perform what they're supposed to perform without causing damage.
Thank you. Social. I remember we were talking once, and I think dating of teenage daughters came up. So this is part the mother in me. Oops, I messed up. That's part the mother in me, but at the same time, I recently became the president of the ACMW group, and we get together every Friday night, and we had a movie night. So this would be awesome to have a movie night with, say I wanted to have a movie night with my mom who's in Maryland. It would be awesome, to be able to touch her, while we're having movie night. Personal communication, where it all started. Another thought, I have a brother who's losing his sight. With the loss of that one sense, being able to touch may be a good thing. It's a thought. Yes. So and we already went over some other applications. So that's that one. And further work. There's lots of work to do. In terms of the data structure for this, I have something I'm working on, but it's not quite there yet. With all the little bits for the models, the machine learning models and things, we're not quite there yet. So it will need something different. Oops.
Perhaps you can give us some heuristic description of what the requirements of such a data structure would be.
Let's get that. It would have to be an online algorithm because of all I'm thinking of, in that split second, the hand touch and things happening and the smile. It's not something that will be static. So I'm thinking an online algorithm for that. And yeah, it's all still up here for now. And in terms of the machine learning algorithms, I'm thinking more towards deep learning. And sensors, I've already gone over what I'm thinking. And the environment. When this started, I thought maybe a coffee shop, maybe a garden, being able to walk through a garden with flowers and be able to touch. And so that's it for future work for now. For now. And summary. So I thought leave 3 things to walk away with. You know, touch is needed, you know, the needs. And the emotions, it's not just one set thing, you know, it's so many pieces to come up with emotions. And thank you for listening. So, does anyone have any questions?
I think this
There's
would be
one.
a good opportunity for the participants to obviously ask whatever questions and clarifications you would like to have, but also to make any comments, opinions, suggestions. This is a good opportunity to have a little bit of a discussion. I think we have at least a few minutes left on the schedule for that.
Took a more alarm. Would you like to share screen or speak? We're ready.
Can I speak with my voice?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Perfect.
I thought that you weren't allowed to speak at all.
Oh.
So,
you can show your face too. You know, it'd be nice to see who we're speaking to.
Oh, it's almost 12 a.m. So I look like a mess.
Join the gang. It's okay.
So, like, one thing I was thinking of when you're talking about touch is like you wanted people to feel the touch on the other side, but how about that when you touch someone with the VR, if you have controllers, that the controllers vibrate if you touch that person?
Okay.
So it's like reversed.
Yes, I see. Oh,
that would be easier to do.
Yeah, but at the same time, you need to. Yeah. I see what you're saying. I see. Because when you're in the world, you're picking things up, and you're pointing and touching. Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
So maybe I'll pick.
Drop your email so I can give you credit for giving me that idea.
All right, sure. I'll drop my email right here.
Yes, please. Yes.
It's in the.
Awesome.
So somebody asked, thanks for mentioning the remote VR surgery simulation as an application, but how do you imagine the role of emotions in that? Well, the first thing that comes to mind, if you've ever been to the dentist and the dentist is any good, they will watch your face and even your body tension, and they ask you, did this hurt? Or they just are going to put the needle into your gum to put the Novocaine in, and you blink or something like this. And I remember saying, oh, sorry for that, or this is going to pinch you, and they kind of watch to see how your reaction. Now imagine a remote surgery, and the surgeon has no idea sometimes that you didn't give enough. I'm not an expert in surgery, but I know, for example, the dental example, I've been in situations in which the dentist realized that they needed to add a little bit of Novocaine because what they were doing was causing me excruciating pain. Now, especially if we stick with the dental example, because they're in your mouth, you are not quite able to even express much to convey to them that you are in pain. In that situation, your facial expressions, your eyes, there are a lot of different of those visuals that are going to project that type of emotion, or it maybe pain is sort of on the cusp between emotion and a physical entity, but this discomfort, this pain, this whatever it is that's happening to the person would be a useful piece of information for the person who's performing the surgery, so that they can adjust what they're doing, whichever way it is, whether it is to administer a little bit more of the tranquilizer or whatever is being administered, maybe change a little bit the way they're performing their procedure. So perhaps the term emotion is sounds a little bit too constrained. Maybe it doesn't quite ring a bell with respect to what's happening between operated on and operating on, the surgeon and the patient, but being able to convey even maybe with a touch pad that kind of says, sometimes I think of it, if I could convey to my dentist at some point, I can't talk to them, so sometimes I'll just lift my hand like in class and then say, yeah, what it is. And I said, well, I'm going to gag, or I need to sneeze, or whatever it is that I need to convey to them. So there are a lot of opportunities for these kinds of situations to be able to communicate nonverbal information, non-spoken information, which you can kind of put under the umbrella of general emotions.
I'm working on a sensors project this semester for pain tracking using an EEG, and in that case, using the EEG and seeing what's going on would be a good idea. You know, it's simple. Well, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, there's accumulating evidence, especially now with wearables. I mean, I happen to be one of those nerds who's walking with 2 smart watches because I'm trying to figure out which one is better, and the answer is neither. It depends for what. But all of these devices collect a lot of information about us, things like heart rate. There are some of them that can or will be able to measure blood pressure and various of those things. And if you start aggregating that kind of data together with facial expressions, you will be able to quote unquote measure, perhaps a bit more objectively, a correlation between a physical measurable thing like blood pressure or heart rate and a more emotional condition. I mean, there's a fair amount of evidence that when somebody is in a distressed situation, their heart rate starts going up, the blood pressure goes up. I mean, that's the run away or become the lion's dinner. For that, you need a pump of adrenaline, your blood pressure goes through the roof and you start running. So all of those things are systems or not discrete mechanical systems. All of these things are tied together. So I could very well expect a model in which the combination of the data of those kind of vital measurable signs with facial expressions, with think about this again. I'm going back to the dentist because it's an easy example. You are not comfortable, maybe you are in pain, you cannot express it, but you clench your fist. What about if I had some kind of a device, a little stick, something like a pen, maybe a little thicker, that was pressure sensitive, and as I'm going through all of this, I'm taking measurements of the person's fist clenching. Initially, you're going to say, well, I don't know what that represents, but that's exactly where the field of machine learning is going to help us put those things together into measurable and verifiable data. I'll put together the combination of the pressure from the fist and the facial expression, whatever else it comes down to. And if we collected enough samples of that and measured them against known truth by actually having people report what they were going through, we can come up with a pretty good progress towards it. I won't say we're kind of, we know exactly how it's going to be. Thank you for the explanation. I'm just.
Can I
go
take
ahead.
that one? Okay.
You go ahead.
The idea is the two people in VR, and on screen they'll be sitting there looking like they're there together, and how they're feeling without any input from them, for the most part, you'll be able to see how they're feeling on the avatar. That's what I was thinking. I'm not sure what the purpose of that is, but I'm thinking that without doing much, we should be able to collect a lot of data and put it on screen to the point where, say, two people are talking and we try to, they call it social masking, they try to pretend, the senses will give what they're really feeling. So it's kind of a little bit of a lie detector, kind of, but not really. I don't know. I hope I answered your question, Kuna. Yeah. Okay. And the other thing with the, okay, with the doctor's office, I hate those stupid questions. I hate those wonderful questions about 1 to 10, how are you feeling? If I didn't feel like not so good, I wouldn't be here. Okay, so telling me to quantify it is wonderful, not wonderful. Okay, exclamation. Anyways, so I was thinking if there was a way we could have a device similar to putting your finger in to get your temperature and also your pulse and your all these different things that they're testing you, why not have something that can test your pain level? So it keeps everybody honest. So we don't have certain people are being not listened to, like an old lady comes in and she's being ignored because, she's not in pain. But if everybody could be tested on this one darn thing, there won't be any, okay. So that's me trying to say something without getting political. So, yeah. All right. I think that's it for me. Professor, do you have anything else or? Did we answer everything, or? I can't see any faces, so I can't.
I'm definitely open to try to address any other questions or comments from the audience, if any has any. If I kind of take the, please raise your hand if you have any question. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, that's
In the
that's
app, though. In the app. Sorry. That's
as a
not
matter of fact,
useful.
I personally usually just do this rather than go and search for 3 clicks in the app. And trust me, it works just fine. This is one of those things where the intermediary is really not that necessary, because unless, of course, you're hiding behind a black rectangle and not turning on your camera, in which case you do need that intermediary. I think what we're talking about is a continuum that, like I mentioned earlier, started perhaps with the telephone and possibly earlier on that I'm not quite aware of, but a continuum under which we are trying to virtually bring people close to each other when in physical reality they are unable to be close to each other. So it started like I said, with the phone, with the voice. Nowadays, in particular, the last year with the pandemic, everybody has gotten used to, those who hadn't before, to platforms like the one we are on today, which provides us the ability of voice and some semblance to visual proximity. I'd have to do some acrobatics for you to see my entire body. You get to see kind of faces with a little bit of shoulders, enough to see my bow tie. But we are essentially moving on a trajectory in which we will be able to create more and more situations that get closer to the realistic in presence in the same physical space situation that we really are craving for. And touch is obviously the next stop on that journey. I'm going to bring taste and smell. Those are way more esoteric than either touch or any of the other ones. There have been research on electronic simulation of both of those. They're not very far along that line. But I'm not going to be surprised if somewhere down the road within the next 5 or 10 years, people will start popping out environments in which the virtual reality will move closer to the real reality, in that it will introduce a growing number of those sensations. Now, whereas quantifying emotions is something that, first of all, I'm not an expert on emotions, so I'm not sure that I know what's the right answer about that. But we can take a little bit of a lesson from something that I do know a bit about, and that is color. When you talk about color, there are two three-dimensional spaces that are not the same, but they're related to each other. The physical space, there are devices that can measure the exact coordinates of any color that you look at and give you numbers. And those numbers are very objective. As long as the lighting is controlled for, you'll get always the same numbers for the same color. But we all know that colors induce in human beings an emotional reaction. Red is associated with love or with blood. Blue is associated with coldness and all kinds of things of that sort. There's a whole host of things that you can, and they're also very culturally different. For example, in the Western world, mourning is represented by black. In the East, mourning clothing is white. But those are things that are purely an emotional, a perceptual response of the human to the physical stimulus, which is objective and measurable. So you can extrapolate the same concept with the entire space of stimulus and response, sensation, perception, the reaction that a human being produces as a result of being exposed not to a singular thing, but to a combination of things. Sitting on, since Darlene brought the cafe, so this one is going to be a table at a cafe, but it's an outdoor cafe on a beautiful sunny day after a long winter. The person's overall reaction and emotional reaction to that is not going to be the same as sitting at the same table of the same cafe, the same porch, when it's pouring rain and it's cold out there. So all of it's not one little thing and another little thing and another little thing and another little thing. The purpose, the goal is to take all of those inputs together, all of those stimuli together, and to understand what that combination, what you can think of it as a vector, produces as a reaction in a human being. And once you're able to somehow measure it, you will be able to simulate it, at least to some degree. Of course, there's going to be some additional hardware that we will need to talk about. Maybe it's Darlene's fabric, maybe it's a pad, like you have a mouse and maybe that mouse will have little prickly nails on it that will start jumping and tickling you when a certain set of conditions are met. Those will come. I have no doubt in my mind that there will be some hardware devices that are going to try to manipulate, and I'm not using the term manipulate in a bad way, which sometimes it is, but it will try to manipulate your overall emotional response in a more integrative, inclusive way that takes into account all those combined things. The sun outside and the temperature and the warmth of the hand of the other person on your hand and their smile and on it goes. So that would be my kind of holistic, higher level conclusion to this discussion and to this journey. And unlike perhaps many other tutorials that you have attended to, I definitely have attended some and have taught probably way more than that. Sometimes tutorials are actually geared towards teaching you something that has been perhaps extremely well known. I won't say with no future development in it or any significant ones. There are lots of those. I've taught back in the 90s tutorials about programming in Java or programming interactive web pages. It was maybe not a completely mature technology, but a reasonably established technology that people wanted to learn how to deal with. This tutorial, you need to think of it as a very different one. This is one that is primarily designed to tickle your thinking, to tickle your brain and to tickle your mind, to think, where are we aiming? Where are we going? What should be hoped for? What can be hoped for? And hopefully it will motivate you, set you in motion towards doing some greater things along those lines. And the really the goal is to bring people closer to each other in all possible senses, even when they cannot be physically close to each other. And no better than the end of a whole year in which we were told to stay away from people is to underscore how important, how essential this can be. I'll shut up now.
What he said. Well, I think we're almost out of time, aren't we? And
definitely have a few more minutes to entertain questions, observations, whatever it is. In addition, I'm going to type in the chat my email address, though it probably is available elsewhere. And I will encourage you, and I'm sure Darlene would do the same, to feel free to reach out, to send out a message if you have anything else you'd like to discuss, to continue a discussion outside of the scope of this relatively compact time frame, which got a little bit even more compacted by, at least from my point of view, a confusion of a time difference. So with that said, I want to thank you all for joining us and for dedicating some of your precious time to be with us, to listen to what we have to say, to what we're thinking about, to what keeps us awake. Yes.
I sent my message, my email to the tech, because that's the last person I responded to. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, there is a remedy for that. Yeah. Sorry. So time is the only resource in life that you won't get back. Whichever piece of time you waste, it's gone forever. So whenever somebody takes a bit of that irreplaceable resources and places it in my hands in the hope that I won't waste them, I appreciate that and I thank you for that.
Thank you. Bye.
Be well, be good, be safe, have a great weekend and beyond.
Thanks for having us.
So long.
Hello. Thank you for coming to this workshop. I'm Massimiliano Di Luca, with me Mar Gonzalez Franco by Microsoft and Hasti Saifi. We are the co-organizers of this workshop. I have the honor to start. I just sent you a link about the Miro board. I hope that you can join us there. That will be useful later, but also for taking notes. We will start with a short introduction of why we approach this problem. So maybe Hasti, can you share the screen?
Max, do you want me to share also your slides?
Yeah, my slides, yes.
Okay.
Should I start with those or?
Sure, yeah, that sounds good. I just wasn't sure if you are going to do that on your end or not. I'll do that quickly.
I thought you would do it.
That sounds good.
So
no,
we don't have to change.
I think that sounds good. Okay.
Right. So we have a picture of all three of us, and so next slide. Yes, so we have a picture. We have our email address, and in case you don't have it, our Twitter accounts. And yes, so we each of us three will have a chance to speak with you a little bit, and so each one has a different part. So we'll start with this short introduction, then we go to the different quick talks, and then there will be the discussion on different rooms, and then we come back together. So basically, what we started this research. So me and Mar, right? We started to say, okay, let's look at locomotion. Let's look at what is out there. What are the possibilities? And we started to look at this different possibility, redirection, right? Different kind of things. And as we are looking at this locomotion, right? We started from scratch a couple of years ago, and we start to accumulate the number of locomotion techniques that there are. And basically we say, okay, let's look at the literature. There should be something, and we start to find that there are a lot of discussion, a lot of taxonomies, right? These are only few taxonomies. Two of these are actually from 2020. So there is a lot of description about possible locomotion, but none of them is really complete and encompasses all possible locomotion techniques. In fact, next slide, if we look at the number of techniques per year, we start to discover that, in the last 5 years, there are really like 10, 12, locomotion techniques per year. So very, very many techniques. So what do we do? So next slide. So we start and collect a little bit of information for each of the locomotion techniques, right? So images, citations, right? And then we started also to kind of have some description, right? Like, so we look at the literature and we look, oh yeah, there are, these different labels that are being assessed for each technique. And then we also come up with some of these labels that have never been used, like, for example, like video game and how accessibility, right? Like how accessible is the technique. So what do we do next? We have this, increasingly big database. So we go to Hasti because I know her from this very nice project that she has done, and I highly recommend it. So she has done essentially a database and a way to look at different haptic device, and it's hosted on a website. So we say, okay, so let's try to do something similar with this database and make it public, make it available to the whole community. So everybody can contribute, but also everybody can have access to the database, but also to the different kind of labels that we have. So next slide. So we start to do some analysis, like, we adopt like a data science approach. And we discovered that we have so many things that can be done. So we really wanted to make the whole database available to everybody. So like here is for example, we have different classes of locomotion techniques that come out from the similarity between the attributes, right? So we can categorize these locomotion techniques just because, some of them are similar in this attribute space to other ones, right? Next slide. So the next step, and this is where Hasti magic comes in, is she puts together this fantastic interface that people can go and select different kind of attributes and different kind of analysis. So it's a filter, but also it's a way of exploring. And then we add links for people to add new techniques, to modify them. So it's hosted on GitHub, and so that it can be completely automatized by the contribution of the community. I think next slide. So it would be like just this paper is not yet published, and so we want to like, where do we take this database and this locomotion vault, as we call it, in the next step? And so we need to have a discussion and see what is next, how this locomotion vault can influence the field, and we hope that with your discussion, with your contribution, we can do that. And Hasti, so now it will take over with the slides.
Great, thanks, Max. So yeah, this was basically kind of like how we started with locomotion vault, but we also knew that there is a lot of contributions from like everyone in the community. There is an active community of people who are working on different aspects of locomotion. So we thought that it would be nice to have a workshop so we can also discuss some of the challenges that exist in VR locomotion. So now we are going to move to the short presentations by people who have submitted to the workshop and are accepted to the workshop. So I'll just quickly mention that I have a list of presenters that I'll just put in the chat. So some of the presenters have already sent me a 2-minute video, and for those cases, I'll just play the 2-minute videos. But some of the other presenters had their like 7-minute longer videos. And so for those presenters, those come later in the slide deck. So the ones that are at the start are the 2-minute videos, and then we move to presentations. And so just kind of like if you are presenting something, just watch for your turn in this list, and then just be ready to talk over your presentation. If you have the 2 minutes, you don't need to talk. If you have like the 7 minutes, you need to kind of like give a short talk over your video. Okay, so let's move it. 1 second. Okay. So you should be seeing my slides now. So the first talk is on seamless natural locomotion concept. And I think the first part of the video doesn't have a sound, so don't think that the last part has a sound. And I just want to ask Ike, I hope that I pronounced your name correctly. If you want to talk over your video, feel free to unmute yourself and just talk.
Yeah. So there should be a narration.
This video shows a locomotion concept for our VR adventure game, The Amusement. In real life, the player only moves within the 2 by 2 meter tracking area, as seen on the right. But in-game, they explore a much larger environment. To achieve this, The Amusement leverages a mix of different natural locomotion techniques. Redirected walking techniques such as rotation gains and impossible spaces are implemented, as well as passive movement such as lifts, platforms and vehicles. As well as indirect movement, like climbing or pulling a rope to move yourself forward on a raft, for example. A seamless integration of all these techniques allows a player to move around freely. Techniques such as this rotation game are coupled with interactions. Pairing level design, game design, and locomotion techniques creates for an immersive, compelling environment that the player is free to explore naturally. Thanks for watching.
Great. So we have a couple of minutes for short questions.
Yeah, I want to say this is, I love these type of games that, or experiments even, I would say, where we're trying to leverage more than just the controller, right? We're trying to leverage a space. And I feel like there's so many things in here about techniques and the implementation of them that I hope we can discuss more in the board. But one of the questions I would have is, how did you come up finally with, like, how is the process really to build a game like this in terms of the locomotion, right? Like, it feels like you need to be always re-implementing things as you're trying, or I am not sure, but do you have any recommendations there on the development?
Yeah, well, level design is a challenge because the whole environment needs to be made for these techniques and with the techniques in mind, and that's very strongly coupled. So even if you change a part of the environment or the level, then you might also think about like changing the locomotion techniques that is used in this part.
Katie, you have a question or a comment?
It was just expanding on that first question. So obviously, like the way that we did it in UD2, in UD1, was basically like you had little quadrants, and it was all split into quadrants. And so yeah, like we had no portals or anything, so it was entirely levels. It was horrific, like having to turn on and off layers. It was definitely, you'd be putting in so much more effort when you are like trying to offer it like that. And so really the only real way you can realistically do it on a bigger scale, which is what we do for UD2, is basically using like actual portals, you know, like being able to chop off geometry and like basically breaking down the problem from, rather than trying to do like a whole connected one thing, it's like breaking it down into smaller segments and just hiding it with elaborate fluff that distracts the player. Yeah, that's all I was going to say for that.
Okay, this is great. We have one of the tables on the discussion today is going to be about implementation, and I feel like both of you will give very interesting feedback there.
Great. Let's move forward with the next one.
Hello, I'm Bernard Ricke, and in this short talk, I'd like to question a bit the way we talk about pros and cons of locomotion interfaces in virtual reality. So there's lots of different ways of moving through virtual reality, as you all know. So there's lots of continuous locomotion ways, but also there's discontinuous one. So here what I'd like to do is basically rethink a bit the way we talk about pros and cons of interfaces at the example of teleportation versus continuous locomotion. So with continuous locomotion, we know there's a finite speed, so it takes time to get anywhere, which is time consuming. So typically it's assumed to be a disadvantage. With teleporting, it's great because it's instantaneous. It's really the dream of any frequent traveler. So yay. However, if you actually want to enjoy the journey, explore a new place, then actually suddenly continuous locomotion looks really attractive, whereas discontinuous locomotion or teleporting does not. So basically, it really depends on the goal, what you want to do, whether a feature or an attribute is really an advantage or a disadvantage. So I propose to distinguish between the actual attributes and what they mean. Whether that's a benefit or a disadvantage really depends on your goal. And we have lots of other examples of this here for effort, path integration, and so on. And what I want to really conclude with is that this kind of approach of distinguishing between attributes and also the benefits and disadvantages can be used for just about any system, because whether something is a pro or con really depends on the goal, the desired user experience, the individual preferences, maybe the predispositions, the current mood or state of the user, the expectation, the application-specific context of scenario, and probably lots of other things. So I propose that this might be a more useful way to think about it. And this way we can actually utilize these attributes depending on the goal. And there's of course a lot more in the actual paper. Thanks for watching.
Great, thanks. So we have again time for 1 or 2 quick questions.
Hey Bernie, this is John Kelly. I really like the idea of talking about goals, and I wonder, as you were presenting on this, I was thinking about, well, who defines the goals, right? So are these the goals of the user, goals of the designer, and how do we determine those? So where do you stand on that?
Great question, John, as usual. So it depends on the kind of application, right? So as the application designer or the VR designer, you have a certain intent, what you want to achieve. As a user, you might have a different intent. So in a way, it's that kind of combination. So for the designers, I think it really helps to think, okay, should I use, let's say, just example teleporter or not, or whatever the example is. That depends on your intent, what you want to do. But the user, like, for example, who gets motion sick much more easily, their goal might be quite different. Their circumstances might be different. So I think it's the designer has their part, and then ideally the user needs to have some kind of agency to put in their part as well. For example, if you don't have a lot of time, the designer might not know this. If you get sick easily, they might not know this. So ideally, I think that's where giving flexibility or using interfaces that allow the user to choose or switch or either spend more time in an environment or not are so critical. So basically, you need to provide users with a choice to appropriate or reappropriate the given system to their specific circumstances. Good question.
Thanks, Bernie. That's really interesting.
Great, so let's move forward.
Hello. In this study, we wanted to investigate how to best move through virtual reality if you also have to interact, which is fairly common, but hasn't really been studied as much. So walking is obviously the gold standard, but it's not always feasible. So we want to investigate whether somewhat more embodied leaning-based interfaces might actually help overcome some of the limitations of controllers, and how locomotion and interaction might actually interact. To do this, we designed a new dual task where you both have to locomote continuously through the environment while also constantly moving and popping these balloons that come up at a sound beat once per second. So we compared 4 different locomotion conditions: a handheld controller, head joystick, so you lean in the direction you want to go, a similar version where you're standing, and walking. And translation changed from either using a thumbstick, seated leaning, standing leaning, and stepping or walking. Rotations were always physically performed, so there's an increasing amount of embodiment in these 4 different conditions. 2 were familiar, nobody was familiar with the leaning-based interface. Nevertheless, what we found is that the leaning-based interfaces clearly outperformed the controller, but walking was still very much the gold standard, did a lot better. So the amount of embodiment really predicted the performance in our study. And even the pure navigation score, the Naviboard still outperformed the controller. Walking was again best. And even in the interaction score, even though we only manipulated the locomotion mode, not the interaction, the Naviboard still outperformed the controller. So walking clearly worked best, but leaning-based interfaces really do have an effect, even though we only varied how you translate it. So in some leaning-based interfaces are quite promising and already outperformed the highly trained handheld controller, even in a challenging maneuvering and interaction dual task. That's it. Thanks.
So again, we have time for questions. Go ahead, Kathy.
So I'm interested in basically the experience that you put people through. Because when we're talking about immersion, obviously, you know, if you're playing Tetris and you get so absorbed, like that can be highly immersive. But then if you're asked to basically perform like a walking version of Tetris, then that might have a very different result. So I'm just interested in basically like understanding what sort of experience you had there.
The user experience? So it was inspired by Beat Saber. So basically what we don't have in the video is a sound with a clear 1 second beat, and once per second these objects come up. So instead of slicing them, you need to follow them because we wanted really a continuous task. And it's really a hard dual task. So if you walk around, it's actually not so bad because the walking is so intuitive. And that's why we wanted to, so the main point was first to really design a paradigm, because we couldn't find anything in the literature where you really have to both walk and interact at the same time. So it's kind of like you're waiting tables and so on, which we're also studying right now. But for this one, it's the user experience. When you're walking, it's fairly relaxed. You just kind of walk along and you do this fairly intuitively. For me, with the controller, it takes a lot more cognitive effort, and that's what we see basically. And what we wanted to really design is interfaces that allow you to move as naturally as in the real environment, where you can easily walk around, pick up thugs, drink coffee at the same time. Especially as an academic, it's scary how well you can do all these kind of things while texting. So try doing that with a controller. First of all, you have them in your hand. So you don't have your hands free, and I think the cognitive load is still way too high. So in a way, we also wanted to come up with a paradigm to investigate this, and I'd love to try your interfaces in a study like that. So it would be really cool to collaborate on this. So that, yeah, this is also meant to be tried with others.
I was going to say, with PSVR, obviously, because that's a motion tracked pad. Yeah. Did you get any motion tracking on the actual pad? So
yes, we just are. So we basically used 2 hands for different things because we figured that's too hard. So one was for locomotion, if it was controlled by the controller, the other one for interaction in their preferred hand. And we actually didn't use just the trackpad, we used the directional control. So basically the direction determined which way you go. Otherwise people just couldn't do the task at all, or at least I couldn't. Some of my students can because they have a lot more gaming experience, but I couldn't.
Great. So,
great question. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. My name is Asu Adhikari, and I'm here to introduce HyperZump. HyperZump is a hybrid interface that tries to integrate continuous and teleportation locomotion in VR. In HyperZump, there is a continuous mode where you can travel up to a speed of 5 meters per second, like any normal continuous locomotion method. And if the user wants to travel faster, then it adds 1 to 8 meter jump every half a second on top of that continuous 5 meter per second travel. So in effect, there is some optical flow for spatial updating and path integration. However, that optical flow is limited to an equivalent travel speed of 5 meter per second. So we expect it to allow users to travel faster without increasing the risk of cyber sickness. So we performed an experiment to compare the performance of hyperjump in pointed-based steering with controller and leaning-based steering. In this study, the participants were in a virtual model of a real city, and they traveled around the city pointing to previously visited landmarks. And the results show that leaning-based interface improved spatial updating over controller-based interface, which mirrors the finding of many previous studies. And with hyperjump, the users were able to travel faster with no change in spatial updating. So it shows that hyperjump can be an alternative for a large-scale locomotion in VR. Thank you.
Great. Any questions?
So maybe I can ask a question. Could you tell us a bit more about your investigations of cyber sickness? I think you briefly mentioned in the beginning that it was the hope that cyber sickness would be reduced. Did you address this in the study? With which measures did you take, and what were the results in this regard?
Yes, so we used both simulation sickness questionnaire and fast motion scale fast motion sickness scale to evaluate the cyber sickness. But we had, for this experiment, we had kept the environment a bit small so that it would be like both continuous and hyperjump modes will perform in a similar manner. They could finish the tasks in a similar time, and the comparison between those two will be kind of fair. I think because of all of those reasons, the cyber sickness was really, really low. It was not even 10% in either of those scales. And since the cyber sickness was really low, there was like no effect seen. The instruments were not sensitive enough, I guess. So after getting these results, now we are moving into a new phase where we are testing it again in a very large environment where we're expecting the users to travel with much higher speed and or take longer time traveling. And we expect that in that scenario, we will see differences between hyperjump and a continuous travel.
Okay, thank you. I think that's interesting also later to discuss because I could just imagine that like having these frequent flashes, like I think half a second per flash, might also be, I don't know, for some users maybe a bit surprising or distracting. I don't know what's the right word for that, but it would be interesting to discuss maybe later when we speak about evaluation methods, what could be a good way to address this, because maybe it's not related to cyber sickness, but maybe it's something else. So thanks for the talk.
Yeah, no, that is really interesting because as you see, we use both controller and leaning-based interfaces, right? And we also conducted post-experiment interviews to really get an insight of like how the user experience was. And from what I get from what the users, the participants expressed, they were less like they liked the hyperjump more with the controller because like controller is less immersive and like teleportation like didn't bother them. It was almost like another video game. But leaning was like very immersive, and that jump was somewhat, as you mentioned, like that flashes of light was like not as immersive as leaning interface would be. And they found a difference in leaning based interfaces, which was absent from controller. So yeah, that could be there.
Great, let's move forward.
Hello everyone, my name is Thomas, and for this workshop I wanted to highlight some of the challenges and opportunities for evaluating VR sickness in VR locomotion research. Properly evaluating VR sickness is particularly relevant for VR locomotion because here locomotion deals with discordant motion that can typically cause VR sickness. We want to provide safe and comfortable techniques to move around in VR, and in order to see how well our techniques do that, we want to evaluate their risk for inducing VR sickness. But right now, I think it's quite difficult to provide a meaningful assessment because VR sickness is quite poorly understood, especially in modern VR systems and applications. Unfortunately, there's no ideal measures available of VR sickness. The simulator sickness questionnaire is very common, but it also has a lot of limitations and it's often not reported in enough detail. I also see the word nausea thrown around a lot, but nausea as a symptom or factor is actually not very common in virtual reality, as opposed to, for example, disorientation symptoms. There's also other measures available nowadays, such as the cyber sickness questionnaire for modern VR systems, or objective measures such as postural stability, but these are quite new. Then there are several factors in demographics and software that we know can influence VR sickness, but these are very rarely reported in VR locomotion literature. For example, in demographics, things like gender, age, experience in VR or video games. Particularly, history of motion sickness can tell us a lot about individual variation. And in software, we want to know what type of application caused the VR sickness, and we want to know how the motion was controlled, or the realism of the scene, or even optical flow measurements. Finally, the point I want to make is that I think the fields of VR locomotion and VR sickness can help each other solve the problem of VR sickness. And as a first but very important step, I think VR locomotion research can do this by providing much more extensive and detailed reporting of VR sickness measures, as well as demographics and software. This will help us, but also VR sickness researchers, investigate how VR sickness behaves in modern VR systems and their applications. Thank you.
So time for 1 or 2 questions.
I think there is a bunch of the topics here on VR sickness that will be discussed on one of the tables. So we'll have also plenty of time to talk about this. But I agree there are many things about measuring and about issues that we're trying to solve that are highlighted here. So that's great.
Yeah, and I guess I think my work is also in haptics and social robotics, and some of the similar problems exist in those communities as well. And even sometimes when there is kind of like a standardized questionnaire, so it's definitely a challenge that different researchers, depending on their goals, they might choose a subset of it and not kind of like not report it very rigorously. So it's kind of like it's interesting to discuss what are some of the kind of like practical things that can be done in the community that kind of like allows the researchers to also follow these guidelines. So I think it's definitely an open area for discussions. So let's move forward. So the next one is by John Kelly.
I'm John Kelly, and I'll be talking today about how the effectiveness of locomotion interfaces depends on self-motion cues, environmental cues, and characteristics of the individual. We've been using triangle completion as a tool to evaluate the effectiveness of locomotion interfaces. In this task, the user travels 2 legs of an outbound path and then attempts to point back to the path origin. Now, we've been doing this primarily with 3 interfaces, walking and 2 teleporting interfaces. When walking, the user simply walks to translate and also rotates the body to rotate, and therefore gets full self-motion cues along the outbound path. What we call partially concordant teleporting, the user teleports to translate and then rotates the body to rotate, so gets full self-motion cues associated with rotation, but none associated with translation. And then in discordant teleporting, the user teleports by positioning and orienting a marker to choose the position and orientation to which they'll teleport. And therefore, there are no self-motion cues associated with locomotion. Here are errors on a triangle completion task that's performed in an open field devoid of landmarks. And you can see that errors increase as you move to the right, which corresponds to a reduction in self-motion cues. Now, that same pattern emerges in a classroom environment with lots of landmarks, but the negative consequences of teleporting are reduced in that environment. So environmental cues matter. Lastly, we thought that an individual's characteristics, like their spatial ability, could be used to recommend certain combinations of interface and environment. And you can see here that not all individuals perform the same, especially with this really difficult teleporting interface. There's a lot of variability. So here's one example of such a correlation where we found that mental rotation performance is moderately associated with triangle completion performance when teleporting. So here mental rotation scores on the x-axis, higher is better, and triangle completion errors on the y-axis. So in summary, triangle completion is a useful tool for evaluating teleporting interfaces and locomotion interfaces generally. We find that self-motion cues, environmental cues, and individual differences all predict performance. Finally, I'd like to thank my collaborators on this project and funding from the National Science Foundation.
Great questions for discussion.
Yeah, nice work, John. And yeah, I think the correlation with the spatial abilities, we also observed this in triangle completion or point to origin studies. I was wondering, so you basically had a discordant rotation or not. What would you predict would happen if you would have a continuous translation and a discontinuous rotation? That's kind of the one combination you didn't do.
That's right. As to where that would fall in the continuum of the other interfaces.
Yeah. What's your guess?
My sense is that the self-motion cues associated with rotation are the ones that are particularly important. So if you remove those, you'll end up toward the end where it's that discordant teleporting, where there's. I tend to think that the continuous translation information doesn't help that much, at least for triangle completion. There might be other tasks for which it's more important.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, it would be interesting to test at some point. Yeah,
it would be. I know. Yeah, we've talked about this. Very, it really is a 2x2 design, right?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Anyways, yeah. So happy to chat more afterwards.
Yeah. Thanks, Bernie.
I would also be interested in hearing about what you think, how the implementation of, like the particular implementation of discordant teleportation might influence the results. Because in the literature, I've seen various ways of doing so. There's some used the touchpad, some used like the roll angle of the controller, and probably there are several other methods of doing so. What do you think, do you think these negative effects of discordant teleportation could be like partially mitigated or something by like a particular variant of this?
That's a good question, Tim. That particular interface is the most confusing one for our naive participants who are not VR experts generally, or have any VR experience for that matter. And that's the one that I think that if participants were given more opportunity to learn and get feedback, that's where we might see the most improvement, partly because it's worst to begin with, but also because it's challenging. And I think that the implementations you're describing are an important piece of kind of lowering the ceiling on the errors there, that if it's an appropriate, a good implementation, it'll drop the errors right away. So I do think that probably does matter, which tells you that this isn't just about spatial updating and locomotion. It's also about interaction in ways that go beyond just spatial cognition. So yeah, good question. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
Great. So the next.
My name is Nils. I have the pleasure of presenting our paper, Impossible Open Spaces, Exploring the Effects of Occlusion on the Noticeability of Self-Overlapping Virtual Environments. While virtual environments can be infinite in size, the walker's physical movement is constrained by the bounds of the physical tracking space. Evan Zuma-Rosenberg and colleagues demonstrated that this problem can be at least partially alleviated using so-called impossible spaces. That is, you can use self-overlapping virtual architecture to compress interior virtual environments into smaller physical tracking spaces. To explore how visual occlusion affects the noticeability of impossible spaces, we performed a within-subject study with 7 participants, and we compared 3 conditions. In all 3 conditions, the participants were exposed to 2 adjacent virtual spaces or rooms. In one condition, the one called total occlusion, the 2 adjacent rooms and the connecting corridor had opaque walls. In the condition open corridor, both rooms were surrounded by walls, but the user was able to see the surrounding virtual environment when walking in the corridor connecting the 2 rooms. And then finally, open rooms. In this case, the corridor was surrounded by walls, but the user could look from one room into the other while exploring the 2 spaces. Even though our results are preliminary in nature, they do indicate that impossible spaces can be deployed, even if there's no opaque wall separating the two overlapping rooms. And our preliminary results indicate that they may overlap by as much as 34%. So finally, the study also explored the effects of distance estimation, but unfortunately it remains unclear if removing walls had any effect. So thank you for listening, and please refer to the paper for details or contact us if you want more information.
Is there any discussion points? So maybe I can ask a quick question. Oh, there is Atva. Do you wanna go ahead? Do you wanna ask a question?
Yes. Can you hear me? Yeah. My question was to Bernard Duque about his second presentation. Like, I would say, like, increasing the intuitiveness could, in many situations, make your system more complex. And in your case, you also said that the head joystick method was unfamiliar to people rather than compared to walking. How would you say, like, how much intuitive should we make our system, or like how much should we trust the person to learn the system over time and get better at it? Like, what's your view on
Good point. In a way, it goes back to the question that John asked. Okay, what's the goal of the application? It totally depends. If you want to have something where, like a public exhibit or something where people can quickly use it, or an architecture walkthrough, then you don't have much time for learnability. If it's a professional, like it takes whatever years to fly a plane. And so I think it really depends on the scenario and the purpose. What we're trying to do is basically try to design an interface that you can pick up in seconds, and after minutes you are okay using it. And the intuitiveness, it also depends, and that's one other thing that we're studying currently, is how do you actually train or tell people how to use it. So it certainly works a lot better if they see it or if they can try it out. We talked about affordance. I mean, that's one of the reasons why we like putting people on a more flexible chair or standing. It's almost like by just naturally swaying, you start realizing, oh, that's how it works. And then we don't even need to tell them very much. But it really depends on the specific task, I think. So I don't think there's a general answer. Personally, I lean in the direction of I like walking, physical walking, because it seems low cognitive load. I can think and talk and do things while I'm walking, and I don't perceive any extra load. That's, I think, still much of the gold standard. But we can also go beyond that gold standard by maybe increasing the distance you can travel. I mean, that's what we're trying to do with that hyperjump. That's still in the early stages, but so far might be promising. And that obviously builds on other work that others have done in jumping interfaces.
Thank you.
Great. Any questions for Niels? Maybe I can ask a quick question. So Niels, so in this study, you looked at rooms that had the same shape and also relatively similar size. I was wondering, how much do you think the shape of two rooms that are part of this impossible spaces could impact the effect of this effect that you're observing?
Yeah, I mean, it would be entirely me just speculating, because as far as I know, it hasn't been explored yet. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were some effects to be found. I mean, this is granted, we had a very small sample size, but there does appear to be some effect of removing walls. And we had some work presented last year that indicated that if you distract people while they're walking between rooms, that also changes detection thresholds. At least, again, none of this has been replicated. So it's, but at least the initial indications are there. So I wouldn't be surprised if things like room shape as well would have an effect. So thanks.
Great, thank you. So let's move forward. And by the way, if anyone has like questions for some of the previous talks and they come up with it, hopefully there will be a little bit time at the end that we can like open up to any questions. Okay.
Hello everybody, and welcome to the presentation of our paper, which contributes an overview of publications on group navigation in multi-user virtual reality. The ability of getting from one location to another is one of the most fundamental requirements for interaction in VR, and prior research has proposed a large variety of different techniques to do so. However, up to this point, most of these developments were optimized for single-user systems. Our work in this paper aims to extend previous developments and taxonomies by studying navigation processes that involve multiple users. One particularly efficient method for getting somewhere together is the use of group navigation techniques, as they allow a single navigator to move all group members together using a vehicle or platform metaphor. In prior work, we applied a psychological model for group work to the classification of group navigation techniques in VR. Our framework states that implementations of group navigation techniques need to provide support for users to form navigational groups, to distribute navigational responsibilities, to perform the actual task of navigating together, and eventually to split up again. In our paper, we provide an in-depth overview of approaches for all of these phases. To classify these techniques, we categorize them by the type of multi-user virtual reality system for which they were presented. In particular, we use the number of distributed workspaces and the number of physically collocated users within each of these spaces for classification. While all the presented techniques in our paper appear promising, our overall conclusion is that research on group navigation is still at the beginning. So we conclude by discussing different topic areas for future work, highlighting the need to study alternative implementations of group navigation techniques to the ones already presented, large group compositions like entire crowds and audiences, and finally, social factors during joint navigation like social presence and the overall sense of togetherness. So there's still a lot to do, but for today I would like to conclude my talk and thank you very much for your attention.
So time for questions.
Tim, I like this work thinking about group navigation, and it makes me think about something Bernie talked about earlier, which is goals. And so when I hear you talk about group navigation, my mind goes to thinking about things like spatial updating. But you gave an interesting example in here of large group navigation. I'm thinking like a museum tour or something where I don't really care about navigating when I'm on that. That is, I don't really care so much about keeping track of where I am. I'm kind of on a circuit or being guided. To what extent do those user goals play into the appropriate way to handle group navigation?
I think it's very interesting to discuss like the use case scenarios where group navigation is particularly helpful. So in general, independent of goals, we say that group navigation fulfills two main purposes. The one is reduction of input redundancy, as we call it, and the second one is the reduction of this need to talk to each other all the time and to coordinate where to go next and so on. Of course, a guided tour is a particularly good use case, I would say, for group navigation, especially for novice users, because we often argue that novice users might not want to learn the operation of a technique that goes along with what Bernhard said about that walking might be the most natural one, but in large spaces might be difficult. It might not be always the case, though, that group navigation is the best way of navigating. There might be other situations where you might want to have more flexible forms of group navigations or softer forms of group navigation where one goes ahead and leaves some breadcrumbs behind and so on. But we would argue in this paper that this is studying navigation processes for groups is at the beginning in virtual reality, and this is one way of how we could realize group navigation, but there are certainly other ones. But in this paper has this focus on this platform concept or vehicle concept.
Great, thank you. So Kathy, you are next. I think, so the next set of presenters wanted to be able to present live. So Kathy, you're the first. Go ahead.
Sure. So I think I'm a bit the oddball here, being the games developer and having, I guess, content out in the field. So yeah, I'm creative director of Triangular Pixels, and we are an indie studio based in Cornwall in the UK, and we've been in VR for a long time now, like I guess AR and VR since 2012. Basically, we've got at least a couple of games out, and the forms of locomotion that we've done for them are very different. And that's because ultimately it's all about the game feel. Unseen Diplomacy, like the fun is in the locomotion. The fun is the fact that you are walking yourself around, you're rolling the leaf lasers, crawling through vents, all that sort of jazz. I guess when I was looking at this database, that sort of aspect of why we chose that and like the fun of it was sort of missing. So it's good to see that pop up earlier. And in Smash It Plunder, you still need to be able to see things as you're moving through spaces. And so like we couldn't just have you teleport. Personally, I really hate teleporting. It's horrible. Doesn't matter which way you do it. So we had people step in places, and like that was because the player needed to be able to see things that were happening to the sides of them and through different areas. So yeah, like I should imagine just open the floor to questions now, because that's what I'm here for.
Yeah, Thomas, go ahead.
Yes, I hope you can hear me now. So what I've noticed in most games is that the locomotion techniques that are available are quite conservative usually. And I think that's done because you don't want to make your players sick, or you don't want to make them uncomfortable. So you have to be very careful to not upset your user base in a way. And well, I saw that
because Sony won't let you, literally Sony won't let you release it. Like you cannot release it if it's going to make people feel sick.
Oh, wow. Okay,
Oculus Store. Yeah, like there's TRCs, which basically means you cannot release certain things. So you can stick anything on Steam, they don't care. But the Oculus Store and PSVR, there is.
Right. Okay, that explains why all the roller coasters are on Steam. Okay, good. No, but you said something in the chat about automatically testing for a sickness. Can you say something about that maybe? That sounded interesting.
Yeah, so obviously, like, you know, when you're doing a game, you can't literally be testing it all the time. So you have bots that go through the game and like looking at every single place in the game, like every single angle. So it obviously checks for frame rate, any sort of frame rate drops, which is obviously the most obvious thing. But the other thing that we were doing was basically you take the acceleration on what's happening on the camera and you integrate that. So you get the jerk, I think it's called. Yeah. That was basically like the most direct like way of just measuring, okay, this is obviously going to make someone feel sick. And we knew that because we tested it just on the shop floor, you know, expo, people walking. And what we noticed was when there was a high jerk, people would lean backwards every time they go to walk. Like, yeah, they go to somewhere to press the walk and they sort of do this little tiny leaning backwards. So when we eliminated the jerk, we didn't see people leaning backwards all the time. And that's when people no longer said, oh, I feel a bit weird when they came out. So yeah, that's what we do there.
Cool, thanks.
So just for everyone, there will be a breakout room dedicated to locomotion in the wild. If you're interested, you could join that room. Okay, so let's move forward to Lisa.
Hi, I'm Lisa Prinz from Fraunhofer FKIE, and I'm giving you a short overview of a work we did in collaboration with the HCI group of the University of Trier, where we gave an overview and analyzed publications on locomotion taxonomies. Next slide, please. Thank you. So when we came up with the idea, our motivation was very similar to that of Massimiliano earlier. So there are a lot of locomotion techniques out there, and we thought of how can we provide aids for choosing or designing locomotion techniques. Usually it's good if you have a knowledge of existing locomotion techniques, so you know all the possible choices, identify gaps, and so on. And on the next slide, you can see here is where the taxonomies come into place, because you can use them to quickly identify or discard whole groups of locomotion techniques. So we thought we examine locomotion taxonomies, as there are many of them out there too. And on the next slide, you can see a short overview of our results, where we plotted all the taxonomies and also classified them in specific or general in red or blue. And then we also plotted the links, the citations between the taxonomies, so we could get an idea of how they are related to each other. And yeah, I'm looking forward to your questions, and also I'm referring to the paper for more information.
Great, thanks. So time for questions and discussions. Lisa, I'm wondering if you had the chance to look at these taxonomies and see how much overlap they have in terms of their content. Are they
how much?
So are these taxonomies, how much overlap, how much they borrow from each other?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Actually, here we just looked at the publications. But of course, we are also interested what are the similarities or differences between them. And this is actually what we want to do in our future work. So we want to look at them content-wise, maybe also narrow them down, because we have been very general now in the beginning, and then look at the content similarities, overlaps, and so on.
Great.
Yeah, I had a very similar question asking, basically, because one thing that we found was like some are very specific for, walking, and some other are completely different. And if there was a way, that was my question at the beginning, is there a way that you can have all the taxonomies kind of map upon each other, right?
Yeah,
like
together, where you can see the links.
Yeah. But you need a language of taxonomies, which is a little bit, like a programming language of taxonomy or something like this.
Yes, that would be required. And also it's a little bit difficult because actually I looked a little bit into the content because it's interesting. The problem is you have to look at very different terms for a similar thing. And then you have to... Someone has to decide, okay, I think it's the same, but for another person, there could be a completely different meaning behind these terms.
Yeah, I want to highlight that in the discussion, we have one table specific for the academic discussion in which we talk about taxonomies, because as Max is saying, when we did the work of the locomotion bold, a big part of it was we're not going to propose a new taxonomy because partially there is so many gaps. How are we going to be able to scope all of that, right? And I also feel like you cannot advance without them, but also like they constrain a little bit the space of search. So I think it's very interesting to have things that compare them and see how they're growing over time, right?
Yeah, great. I see that Bernard also has his hand up. Do you want to ask your question?
Yeah, I was wondering whether you saw any trends in how the taxonomies change. So what has been added, or how are the new ones improving over the previous ones?
So since this is a very rough overview, it's more like we saw trends in the publications, which is that there are a lot more taxonomies proposed recently. And also the taxonomies proposed are getting more specific because in the beginning there were not so many locomotion methods, and then the taxonomies just clustered all of them. And nowadays there are hundreds of them, so the taxonomies are getting more specific too.
Thanks.
Let's move forward.
Thank you.
So for the, I think Carl, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, great. So I think you can tell me where I should move on the video. I'll start playing it, and you can tell me kind of like move forward or.
I have prepared some slides. If it's okay that I share the screen, or else I have a link in the chat directing you to the slides.
It's okay.
Just,
maybe you can share your screen. I was hoping that we will have everything on one slide deck, but yeah, I'll stop and maybe you can share your screen.
Yeah. I think this should be fine. Can you see it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, my name is Carl and I will present the paper revisiting audiovisual rotation gains for redirected walking. So redirected walking, we found that research on the influence addition might have on rotation gains is scarce. So we adopted a within subjects design with 6 conditions, 3 with low, medium, and high density fog. And these were with a rich spatialized soundscape and 3 with no audio. And there were 132 trials per participant with applied rotation gains between 0.5 and 1.5. And each trial had the participant rotate 90 degrees virtually, after which they stated that if they perceived their rotation to be faster or slower than their physical rotation. And looking at the results, we found similar detection thresholds across all conditions, although we hypothesized that adding spatialized audio would decrease users' ability to detect rotation gains. And this would be especially the case in scenarios with limited visibility. And had this been the case, we would see from the results that we would get more extreme high and low detection thresholds for the conditions with audio, and especially in cases with dense fog. So we speculate that the arrow and stop sign explain these similar results, because as we saw from the participant self-reports, the signs seems to have distracted participants from other elements of the virtual environment, including the fog and the audio. So perhaps future work should explore this further, for example, by replacing visual signs with audio cues. And another speculation that we have is that the conditions drastically change every few seconds. And it could be worth considering splitting these trials into blocks of conditions. And here you see an example with 2 blocks, one with conditions including audio and the other without audio. And in conclusion, the results do not prove that spatialized audio affects users' ability to detect rotation gains. However, our results corroborate past work, indicating that vision is likely to dominate audition when exposed to rotation gains. And moreover, our findings indicate that rotation gains can be deployed imperceptibly even when visuals are limited. And that was my presentation.
Great, thank you. I see that Bernard has his hand up.
Yeah, really interesting work. So in a way, it almost doesn't seem surprising that the rotation gain didn't change, because you changed the contrast, right? But not the spatial uncertainty. So, I mean, what is done sometimes in multimodal Q integration is basically blurring the visual field, so you cannot detect direction as accurately, and then you should actually find a change in rotation speed. So I'm not sure whether this is what you were after.
Yeah.
But basically, you changed contrast, but not the spatial uncertainty. But your task is a spatial one, basically. So I kind of wondered that might be related to it, or in sound, basically changing the degree of how well you oralize it or spatialize it. I think then it seems like the manipulation and what was measured didn't quite align here. It's a really interesting study, but in a way it kind of makes sense that you don't find a difference, if that's any help.
Yeah, it's a good point. Maybe we could look further into that in terms of explaining our results, and maybe continue the work with a different setup. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Are there any other questions? No, okay. So let's move forward. So the next person is Neil Williams. Neil, do you have PowerPoint slides, or do you want me to share your video and you talk over it?
I have no slides prepared. You can do the video. I don't think it'll help that much, to be honest, but it's fine.
So I think because it's 7 minutes, I want you to come.
Yeah, I can talk for 2 minutes. That's fine. I just don't think the visuals of the video will really help, but it's fine. So hello, I'm Niall from University of Maryland, College Park. Redirection using alignment. So redirected walking allows you to steer the user in the physical world on a path that's different from the virtual path. This can help avoid obstacles in the physical world. But and there are algorithms that determine how to apply the redirection to steer the user to avoid as many obstacles as possible. But one of the common things that's done with many of those algorithms in the past, at least, is that they basically just ignore the entire virtual environment, which limits their performance because the entire reason the VR locomotion problem is difficult is because the virtual environment is different from the physical environment. So ignoring the VR environment doesn't really help. And so this work is just looking at, well, what happens if we do take into consideration the virtual environment in conjunction with the physical environment. And we basically use this concept of alignment to essentially measure the similarity between the physical and virtual states. And then we use this similarity to steer the user. And the key insight basically is that two environments, the physical and virtual, can be globally dissimilar. So the layouts can be different, but they will have regions that are locally similar. And then if you can get the user into these areas that are locally similar, the chance of collisions with physical obstacles is greatly reduced. And so we've developed a steering algorithm that basically just steers the user to regions in the physical space that are similar to the current location in the virtual space. And we saw that this significantly reduces the number of times users collide with physical obstacles. And we have a full paper on this if you want to check it out. That was presented here. Thanks.
Great, thank you. I'll let the video play while
Yeah.
people ask questions. So are there any comments and questions? So Neil, I have a quick question for you. So I see that I think the video that you're showing, is it the result of simulation?
Yeah, it's simulation of 100 different paths in 3 different pairs of environments because running lots of user experiments with locomotion is very difficult.
Yeah.
Especially in a pandemic.
Yeah, and yeah, sure. But have you tried like this method in pilot studies, which we have used?
Oh yeah, so we did do a little bit of pilot study stuff. If you watch the recording from the redirected locomotion session, there's a short clip of a demo of a live user doing it. So it works in practice, if that's what you're wondering.
Right, yeah. I think because sometimes like the simulations don't translate very well to real world, and also there might be a lot of challenges around like making it really work in an environment.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. Any other questions? No? Okay, so let's move forward. So the next one is I hope that I pronounced your name correctly, Jiao. Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Do you have slides or do you want to talk over your video?
I can share my screen.
You can share.
Okay.
You can share your slides.
Yeah, I have 2 minutes.
Okay, go
video.
ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Oh. Can you see?
Yeah, I see your screen. There is no sound on it though.
Oh, sorry.
As we know, human perception is not always consistent with how humans act. The redirected walking was inspired by the fact that a person wearing an eye mask was instructed to walk in a straight line, but walked in an arc without knowing it. Based on this, we speculate that if people wear shoes with different heights, and walk naturally in the virtual environment because the sensory receptors in tendons and joints produce hallucinations. They may cause people to orient incorrectly in the virtual environment, which can lead to an unconscious change in direction. To verify this hypothesis, we asked the shoemaker to design an adjustable height shoe. The bottom height of this shoe can be adjusted manually to achieve the height difference between the two shoes. Its smallest adjustment unit is 0.2 cm. A total of 20 participants were recruited for the experiment. The participants were asked to walk in a straight line in a 6 by 9 room. Participants wore a wireless HMD Oculus Quest for the experiment. This experiment designed and compared 11 conditions. Each participant needs to repeat each height 5 times, a total of 55 trials. To reduce the impact of adapting to the environment, we conducted 4 sets of controlled experiments, as the picture shows. The main contribution of this paper was the discovery of a new method, an experiment using shoes with different heights. The most significant found in current research was that increasing the height of a single shoe can change people's walking direction in the virtual environment. In the future, we can design an automatic heightening shoe that can meet the market demand, and through the combination of visual technology and adjustable height shoes, we can change the direction more flexibly in the virtual environment.
Great, so time for questions.
I wonder how could you do that in a dynamic way, right? Like, because you're wearing some shoes, you know that if you do something to the shoes, people will walk on some way, but more on the robotic side, right? Like, I kind of like the idea that it's a wearable. I find it different than, you know, all these platforms or things like that. So I don't know if you are planning to explore that, or that's something that you're more on the fabrication side, or.
Oh, sorry, I may not understand your question.
So currently you are creating these shoes with different heights or to steer people in one direction. How could you make that dynamic as you're playing, right? Like change the shoes as you go, or like if you're planning to explore that.
We ask a shoemaker to design the adjustable high shoes. The bottom of the shoes can be adjusted manually to achieve the height difference between the two shoes. The unity is 0.2 cm array adjustment.
Okay. Okay, that's good. I wonder if they change the gate size, right? Like you're also adjusting how long your steps are. Did you find anything like that?
Sorry, can you?
Don't worry, it's okay. Maybe it's something you didn't explore, but I find it interesting also how long your steps will be if you're changing your height on the shoes. But that's maybe something we can discuss also on the workshop later on the tables.
Sounds good. Okay, so the next person is Francesco, if I pronounce it correctly. Do you want to share?
Yeah, I have slides.
Go ahead.
That's okay.
Go ahead and share.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Francesco Soave. I'm a PhD candidate at Media and Arts Technology Center in London. And my PhD research is about haptics, sound, and the experience of motion in virtual reality. So today I'm here to present multisensory teleportation in virtual reality application, and it's mostly a speculative presentation. So in my research, I'm particularly interested in multisensory experiences and multisensory integration. So that's how the brain elaborates different stimuli. So we talk about vision, sound. I'm particularly interested in haptic feedback and specifically vibrotactile feedback, but there's also smell, taste. So those are also interesting aspects that I've found particular literature discussing that, but I think it would be interesting to mention those. So in my research, I also focus on action and motion. So of course, different types of locomotion and user experience and all the taxonomies that most of you mentioned before. And I also focus on the experience of motion. So what user think about motion, what motion should be, should look like, or should be as an experience, and in a multisensory context. To quickly describe our setup, it's a seated VR experience, multisensorial, so we use sound to drive haptics actuators placed on a chair, and we explore the role of vibrotactile feedback, basically, in a whole body haptic situation, where whole body is a concept that we draw from other literature that explores the role of music and experience of music in connection with haptic feedback on the body. So we're interested in teleportation as a case study, particularly because differently than other locomotion techniques, like for example, walking, that is obviously we are trying to recreate walking in the virtual environment, while teleportation must be invented. I mean, it doesn't exist in the real world, right? So I think there's a lot of discussion that should be taken on what's the user's expectation of a multisensorial teleportation in this case, so multisensorial locomotion and teleportation particularly. So what does it feel like in haptics, but also maybe in smell or taste, I don't know. So some discussion topics that we're particularly interested are the existing frameworks to design locomotion in VR. How can we design a multisensory, how can we design a framework for multisensory locomotion, and especially for teleportation? So thank you.
Great. So questions or discussions?
So I have a question, if I may. Something you said was very interesting about user expectation of teleportation. I wonder what people who have never experienced VR or never done anything super digitally or have never teleported before, I suppose that one's easy, what they would say when you ask them what teleportation should feel like. Did you ask people? Do you know?
No. So this is a sort of recent decision in my PhD research to focus on teleportation. So we haven't conducted studies yet on actual teleportation. But yeah, that's the whole point. Is, I mean, if you think of teleportation, you probably think of movies, right? So you have a visual effect, you have a sound effect, but you have no haptic effect, right? And I mean, I find it quite, but probably different people would think of it that it might feel different physically. So
I think it would be challenging to also make it practical at the same time. Because like if you do something science fiction-y, that usually takes a couple of seconds and then you end up in a completely different world. But in locomotion teleportation, you kind of want it to be instant still. So
yeah, but I think of course, I totally agree. There's I think in the locomotion vault, there's many different types of teleportation reported, and some of them also play with the length of the effect. So like fade in, fade out, rather than instantaneous. So that's the same concept, I think, but I would like to see it applied to haptic effects, basically.
Yeah.
That's the point of it. Thank you.
Cool, thanks.
Great. As you probably, Francesco, you know, there are many different technologies for haptics. And I think it would be interesting to see, for example, like vibrotactile or skin stretch or kind of like force feedback, because I think transportation or locomotion is more of a proprioceptive kind of feeling. So I was wondering, like, is there a particular modality or technology of haptics that you are considering as the first step?
So our setup that we already have is vibrotactile, and our initial research on self-motion was with vibrotactile feedback. But yeah, I'm particularly interested in skin stretching. I think I've read some recent papers that had a really crazy setup for skin stretching on the whole body. And yeah, that's very interesting. But I'm also interested in force feedback on the body. That could be also something to explore. But yeah, I'm totally open to any possibility.
Mm-hmm. Great, yeah. Okay, let's, and I think the last presentation that we have is by Paul. Paul, I see that you sent me a link. Could you share your screen, because I cannot download it now?
Yes, of course, I can do that. So can you see the slides now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, great. So I'm going to present you our idea and the evaluation of a handlebar for standing VR locomotion. Currently, we're developing a VR supermarket task for cognitive impaired patients, and they are asked to efficiently plan and perform a shopping in a virtual supermarket. Thus, we had to develop a suitable locomotion technique for that to allow them to traverse large areas in VR. We also needed to meet additional requirements such as easy usage for patients and a naturalistic interaction, so no supernatural locomotion techniques are allowed here. And it has to be simple and safe to use in clinics, so no suits or markers or a lot of tables are wished here. Our solution approach looks like this. We have this handlebar, which is mounted to a tripod, and the construction is very simple and inexpensive and adaptable to various user heights. And it supports also postural stability, which is important. Then we compare this metaphor here with which is implemented as a shopping cart metaphor, and three variations. All of them use walk in place for acceleration. The first condition uses shoulder rotation for steering. Then the second condition is basically the same, but we have a bar for stability support. And the third condition uses the bar also for steering. We use the Kinect 2 to detect the shoulder and the knee movements with our own algorithms, and then we use the Quest controller to track the bar rotation in the third condition. Here you can see it in action, and this is the third condition where the user uses the bar also to steer, and this is also the evaluation task. Users needed to just follow the arrows and move around in this virtual supermarket and pass some checkpoints here. We have collected several metrics like the SSQ. Due to this short period, I would not go into detail on this. And also the fast motion sickness scale and travel times, and also some questions about satisfaction and stability. Maybe in summary, we can say that a bar in any condition provides safer hold and more stability and higher user satisfaction in VR. Then especially the third condition, it reduces cyber sickness. And handlebar is, at least in our evaluation, doesn't provide any advantages in effectiveness, especially in this travel times. And we think that the bar, especially with steering functionality, is a very promising and simple tool for VR locomotions. And there is also potential for usage in other standing or seated VR locomotion metaphors, such as displayed here. So this is in short what we've done. Look into the paper and come back to us if you want to discuss more. Thanks.
Great, thanks. So questions or discussion points?
Have you explored also like active movement of the handlebar, like especially, you know, like whether you induce an imbalance and if that has an effect, or do you plan to do that?
We haven't. You mean if we have induced imbalance on purpose?
Yes.
And no, we haven't done that. But we wanted to avoid these imbalances because the clinicians asked us to provide that functionality, because they were very anxious about putting patients who are novice users to VR at all, and then also have some conditions, cognitive or also physical conditions. So no, but we during our own experiments, we have seen that there is some things maybe into this direction, which could be looked into. But if you provide this bar, it gives you a lot of security and stability from the beginning.
Do you know the effect, the light touch on posture, like the effect of light touch when you know, just lightly touch something that is at very high? Now I'm wondering there, it's also explored in active case when the platform actually gives small feedback that could be in opposite or in favor. I'm wondering whether you play with something like this.
No, we haven't played yet with this. We were looking at the very practical approach here and also testing this right now in a seated version. So this seems for us and for this use case, it's a very good approach.
Thank you.
Great. Maybe we have time for one other question, if there is any. Okay, great. So this is the end of the short presentations. Now I'll pass it to Mar, who is going to talk about the breakout rooms and the discussions.
Okay, so we are going to move into the workshop part. I want to thank everyone here because, you know, we have changed things on the organization and until the last minute, right? And partially that was because all of a sudden we heard 200 people had signed for our workshop and we were like, oh, what are we gonna do? But then luckily there was some of the workshop happened last week, a bit earlier this week, so we could really see how many people were attending. So everything is fine. We're gonna have a very good time and not 200 people. We're gonna move into these breakout rooms in Zoom. And at the same time, you're gonna be joining the Miro board. If someone hasn't logged in yet, please let us know through the chat. We'll share the link. You probably need to make an account. So what happens here? There are a couple of things. Let me go directly into here. So, and also I see some people have been already taking notes, which is great. So you can zoom in by just moving the, if you have a mouse that has the wheel in it, you can move in and out. With that, there is this toolboard here on the side. Mostly you're gonna be using the sticky notes, okay? And then there are a couple of things that we can do later, like voting, and you know, we will figure out these things. There is a direct link to the website here. And also I wanna highlight that despite finally you only made the 2-minute presentations here, so we have more time for discussion. The whole videos are here. And for the people who are watching on the stream, you should know that you can learn more about the papers here, and the papers will be also published. We've also tried to be very accommodating of developers who are not into writing a paper, but are very important for what we believe is the next steps on locomotion, right? Learning from them on a large scale implementation and everything. So how does it work? We have these tables here, you see them. I participated on a workshop from Aalto University that was following this method, and I really loved it. So I feel like it's perfect for workshops, but you let me know later. We'll have an audience, which is going to be later how we share the content that has been produced on each of the tables. And then the task. And the task is things like, what does the future look like? And basically for each of the rooms here, we have some questions that I think are important, like criteria of evaluation or academic challenges, things like sickness. Many of the things have been part of the conversations now, right? Multisensory concerns, accessibility, implementation challenges, needs for developers, social VR, especially for few of you, this could be a very interesting place. Also for the ones on many people locomoting, right? Which is something we are not. And then the last one is like scaling. How do we scale these things on the community, right? So the way, so because I feel like maybe we don't have enough stickers here, right? I'll put them color code here for the time being. But if you're colorblind, don't worry, we can change color later. It's more like geographically located here. And then because there might be many nodes, so you might want to have some extra nodes in here as you go forward, okay? So each of the tables are like this. Let's go back into the presentation. So I'm thinking we're gonna have 5 or around 10 minutes per table. And then that means on the breakout rooms, and then we come back, right? So what happens is that one person is always left behind, and you have to fight for that. So these are the initial organization. I took it from the people who are here right now. If someone wasn't here or, can choose whatever room they want, this is to start. Everybody's going to have the chance to go through all the rooms. So don't worry. And then one person will left behind after the shift. Okay, so we're going to start probably around 10:35 or something. So a bit earlier on time, which is great. And then at 45, we're going to shift. At 55, we're going to shift. And you can move however you want, okay? The person who has stayed behind once will not stay behind a second time in none of the other tables. And once we're done, right, all these stickers with notes and things, we're gonna come back and we're gonna discuss which main topics were hanging on the different places. So we're gonna start with that, and then we will. Anyone has any issue currently or couldn't join the Miro board? Okay, so let's figure out.
Sorry, Mark.
Yes.
Are we going to have breakout rooms as well? Right?
Yeah,
That's
so people,
rooms.
the tables are the breakout rooms, are the same thing. Okay, so let me set up the breakout rooms. We're going to have 4 breakout rooms. I'll let participants choose the rooms, and they have the names, and we're open. And so you should be able to now join the rooms if you go down here on the breakout rooms and start playing with the different things. So room 1, okay, I see some people have joined already some of the rooms. Great. I'll see you back here. I'll send a message so you return.
I can't see that. It's not.
Okay, let me share my screen. So time for another table? I think people are loving this.
I mean, it's up to you, Mar. I think
Let me see. Are we streaming already to everyone? Let me check. Okay, fantastic. This is great. Okay, so we're back from the breakout rooms. We have had very good discussions around these tables and around these topics. And we're going to go now one by one, and everybody's welcome to contribute as we go through the whole summary. And it doesn't matter if you haven't been in this room before. Okay, so here we had many things, right? We started with, let me move that out of the way. We started with things like, do we need more studies on the wild? Things between the difference in criteria that academia and industry are using to evaluate techniques. And then when are taxonomies useful, right? Things like that. And there were a few comments here about it's important. Taxonomies are very good when they have a context, right? Like this is magical versus realistic. Like they divide the space in areas that are interesting to explore. And no matter if a new technique is coming out, it will be able to fall in either one or the other, right? Like, so they have this umbrella effect. Then there were these things about a few experts, can they replace subjects? And heuristics, could we have heuristics so we don't have to run so many user studies? Then we went on, how can we have benchmarking? I think this was a very interesting one. It's like if we have a series of tasks and virtual environments and you need to pass them through your technique, and we know how well you perform on these 3 or 4 different scenarios, then we could, you know, like the same way that the people in computer vision have a data set, they say, oh, I'm disclassifying error, right? We could have something like that. And that would be a very nice way to compare techniques. And then things that have to do with online services like Mechanical Turk, type of, so you can reach to many users that are kind of in the wild, but also you have control over which things are recorded, etc. And that was a bit related with this. So I feel like there are many things about it that are more questions than answers. Anyone here wants to, that were on the tables, wants to come share something that I forgot about?
I have one comment that came up at the very end, is that when building a benchmarking database, you can refer to the taxonomies to figure out, well, what should the database actually, or what should the benchmarks actually be evaluating? So that's one use, that's one area where the taxonomy can be useful.
Yeah, and also you were sharing these papers of that are already trying to provide some tasks and a standardized way to test locomotion techniques.
Yeah, I was going to say that because there have been attempts at something like this before, but clearly they haven't succeeded yet. So
yeah,
why is that?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is partially this whole question part, right? Like what goals and whose goals and all of this. And then the other thing is like implementing these techniques into existing games. And I will talk a bit more about that in the end of the discussion about where we're seeing the locomotion bolt going. But I think it's partially this idea, and somebody say like, it would be amazing if we had Alex and we could bring whatever locomotion technique into Alex, right? And then test how well you could play the game. I mean, all of these things were related, was kind of like the discussion, but anyone who wasn't on this table who has also some comments here. Okay, so we're gonna move to the next room. The person who stayed here over the two discussions, could you make a summary?
Some more, I stayed behind, but I'll make a quick summary, but I actually prefer to open it up to people.
Yeah.
And kind of like, I don't want like my conclusion to be representative of everyone. So I think there were a couple of things that were discussed. So I think we, let me make quick sense of it. Yeah, I think one point that I cannot find it on these sticky notes right now, but I think one point that was mentioned was around expectations of the user. So, for example, and I think like an interesting, I guess like an interesting use case of that was that, let's say in a seated VR locomotion, do you want to have like your feet also tracked? And if your feet is tracked, then do you want to see it kind of like actually moving? Does it have any impact on your embodiment, etc.? So what is the expectation of like the legs in the VR? I think there was also this general point about properly animated self-avatars and how this would work in different scenarios. Let's say the seated VR is one. And then I think another point that I remember was about this kind of like cyber sickness and getting adapted to cyber sickness. So I think maybe Kathy mentioned that right now, kind of like the games that cause the sickness are not allowed even to be kind of like published. So should we design for letting people kind of like move from like having the cyber sickness and gradually move to being adapted to it and don't get sick. So what would be the mechanisms around that? And I think there were also some kind of like discussions around like related to this cyber sickness. There were some discussions around so the kinds of like remote studies that currently are happening, they are usually with people who have like these headsets basically a lot of them are maybe either already adapted to this cyber sickness, or maybe there was also this discussion around that there might be individual differences and some people might have a really hard time that adapting at all. So there might be like two groups of people who are already adapted and people who maybe cannot and can never adapt or something like that. And then I think there were also some discussions around, so we have like sickness, accessibility, and multisensory concerns, and what is the relationship between these. So for example, if you have, I guess like, I think the one person mentioned that if you have like these multisensory cues, are they gonna reduce accessibility or they are actually gonna improve it? So I think these are some of the ones that I remember, but feel free to jump in and add to those points.
Yeah, someone else who was on this table who wants to add things that were not captured right now or like beyond what was captured, or someone who wasn't on these tables. I feel like
I wasn't on the table, but I did add something, which is top right. Basically, this idea of completely separating the visual effects, the mechanics, the technical implementation, the context, which isn't done at the moment. And it's something that we ended up sort of trying out on Smash It Plunder, where we allow people to choose like their forward locomotion different from their like rotational locomotion, different, and like the effects that you would have, like, you know, the making the field of view smaller, or like making the fog come in and all that sort of jazz. That was like a completely separate option again, so that you can sort of build like all these little dials basically. And yeah, like I don't feel like those are being communicated in the vault in any way. Like it's all basically like, here is a whole package, you could do this whole thing, rather than like completely separating it off. In the same way that I pointed out ages ago about the fact that UD, like the original, didn't use portals, but the technique of using a portal isn't the bit that's core to locomotion, if that makes sense. It's quite hard to explain.
Yeah.
I can't get that.
Yeah, I feel like the space of the search is so large. I feel like also in room 1 we were trying to figure that out, right? Like there was this comment here about the numbers are raising to a point that is not even feasible to evaluate everything. So I feel like it's the same on the specific. This is more like the attributes of one technique. It's like it can be measuring so many layers, right? Like fun you were mentioning before, like that's very important. Is it fun? And still, for example, our bolt that has so many attributes doesn't talk about how fun something is, right?
But it's I guess that's, for example, if I say this game is teleporting, but I give, every time you teleport with a massive rainbow that comes out of you with, I don't know, like this glorious rainbow, and there's loads of visual effects. It's like, wham, there you go, right there. Like, it's still just a teleport. So the function is a teleport, but the visuals have made it feel completely different. And so it doesn't feel like it's a teleport anymore, which is what I'm trying to decipher. It's like, peel this apart a bit.
Yeah, more like, I feel like this is also coming with, okay, you can have teleport with gaze or with hands or with, you know, like there, like many ways in which you could create. I think the categories are kind of trying to have that sort of frame.
The underlying space there of possibility is, as Katie said, right, is very minute, is very detailed, right? So you have to, if you want to represent categories or you want to abstract, you have to make design choices in this space, right? And have some either boundaries or way of assessing the metric of this space, right? So I think you are right in saying, you know, you can personalize the rotation and the forward and the translation in different ways. So you can teleport on the side and, you know, slide on the front and rotate, you know. I agree that there are...
It will still be a teleport.
So there are more and more this kind of more hybrid system where you pick and place, and then, you know, some choices make sense and some really don't, right? And some choices make sense for some users and some choices for others, right? Or for some specific games, right? So
okay, we're gonna move to the next room, and of course, you know, I kind of think that this workshop is more like the kickoff of future collaborations between people here and, you know, future discussions. We're going to go to room 3. Who was the person who stayed behind here?
It was me, Paul.
Okay, Paul, yes, thank you. Can you give us a summary of what happened in this table?
I can try, yes. So maybe like the general summarization would be this sticky note here on the upper right corner: how to make locomotion work usable and fun at the same time. But coming back to the more technical and other aspects, maybe there is connection to what you said, Mar, before, that there are so many parameters in this let's say, research space. But when you come back to this development and implementation challenges, then it's even more complicated, probably, because there is this big gap between what's going on in research labs and experiments, and then what you can actually do in real world and in the wild, because your resources are limited, of course, and you have to kind of deal with all the parameters at the same time and try to do best out of it. So,
yeah, I think that's super clear when I see the hardware options, right? Sometimes it's like, yeah, it would be fantastic, but almost no one has this platform, right?
Exactly. So even if we come up in the labs with some sort of super locomotion technique, and it requires, let's say, a 3D camera, I don't know, some kind of treadmill and some kind of suit and whatever else. So this may be super natural and working perfectly and making fun, but who will use this except for these 3 guys in this lab? Yeah. So
this is why we're interested in the vestibular stuff that Valve are doing, you know, like messing, and Oculus doing the research into like messing with your balance. So like just so it attaches to your head and it completely messes with your sense of balance. So you could just like do any form of locomotion, doesn't matter. Like they won't ever get sick because they're at hardware level. You know, it's Valve, it's Oculus at Facebook. It's got to come out.
And you were saying before that which is the store that doesn't even let you publish the games if they are minimally, you know, with the motion sickness thing? Or
well, that's Facebook and
yeah,
Sony. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean that also limits a bit the exploration on on real implementation, right? Like if you need to comply with the rules of the store, it also limits a bit what you can really implement from one side to another. Anyone else having more comments on how to bridge from, you know, research techniques to implementation? Or
yeah, maybe just in addition to this sickness thing, so it's not just the motion thickness that these platform holders are looking at, but also other things regarding the locomotion technique. For example, if you say, yeah, for my locomotion technique, I need a space of, I don't know, 3 by 3 meters, they will say, no, we don't think that most of our customers have this, so we won't support your application or game in our store.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we need to figure out how to bridge those gaps a little bit, and it doesn't seem easy.
Another idea which we had at table 1, we talked about this benchmarking system and the idea that we have a database, and that could be related in a way that if you put the implementations there too, or you have patterns where you can construct your locomotion methods with, and then you could maybe relate the research questions and the evaluations more to the implementations and games. And maybe it could also work the other way around, that if you test in games, which was also something we talked about, you could put these in the benchmarking database so that you can see how they perform in different games.
Yeah, actually, I love this link that you make there, Lisa, because actually, if this benchmarking were to give you a score, right, and you go to that score and you convert it to a standard and you use that, and so we're reclaiming sort of, instead of Facebook or whatever store deciding whether your game is good or bad, if we have a standard of a score of how you know, this locomotion technique performs, maybe they could say like, oh, if you have a score over this, we don't really look so much into other areas. I see this is happening also on aspects like accessibility to, like, how do you measure if something is accessible or not, right? Like if you have some sort of bench and locomotion techniques need to be accessible too, right? Like, so I feel like that score could be a score on different areas, because as we're saying, there are many attributes, but something that could be in a way we are setting up the standard instead of them setting up the standard, right? And that could be useful.
Especially comparability and so on. It's a huge point. I mean, what you're currently planning with the studies, also the stuff that I showed, is basically open it up for anybody who wants to use it and compare directly their own implementation interfaces.
Yeah.
Because so much depends on the specifics, and it's basically we typically compare 1 or 2 or 3, whatever, maybe 5 or 6 if you're lucky, different interfaces, but it's all our own implementation, so it's so hard to generalize. So yeah. So
okay, we're gonna move to the last room, but I kind of love how we're moving from one room to another and then going back, and things are connected, right? So it's not a silo. So who was the person who stayed behind here? Me. Max, good.
Yeah, so there were a couple of connection to what was said before. One of them was that we need both academics, research, and game developers. There were, few constraints in both, like the latency of the development due to the technology, right? The possibility to develop. So this was another aspect that was touched in table 3, right? I think that their solution that was proposed, like it's that maybe the hardware should kind of constrain the techniques that can be used. There was a mention about this, scientific papers might not be fully accessible to people that are outside academia because of the technical language, and I can say also vice versa. Not all the developments are visible outside of the game house because of IP and other issues. So there is a little bit of opacity there that prevents the development. We talked about the game feel. So how do we, there are some constraints on the kind of locomotions that they need to be tailored to a specific game aspect. So as every aspect of the game, every aspect of the experience, you should tailor them, so to make them fun, or to make the purpose that the experience is built for. We said something about the fact that it's very difficult to try different things, like you have to resort to either a video, or because like having an academic paper that has a particular implementation, right? Then you try to replicate this demo or replicate the code, and it kind of doesn't work, and so it's very difficult. So having a way of standardizing that, of making the different experiences more accessible, and then how to distribute these locomotion techniques, right? The one of Katie, I think, mentioned that it's now possible to purchase like an asset in the asset store, and that would be a locomotion technique. But if you want to study them and have like a bigger framework for locomotion, so that you can study all the different aspects, so how do you share it? How do you make it available? Right? That is a bit of a problem. And in terms of this general framework for a locomotion study, it's difficult to, there is a trade-off between generality and usability, right? So you can create, if you are a single developer, you can create your own locomotion technique, but it doesn't scale, right? It doesn't, you cannot create a different one because you have, you haven't commented, it's all like implemented in a single in a single instance. So what should be building block for an implementation that can be reusable, that can be generalizable. We also talked about, if we were to crowdsource like a general framework for locomotion, we should make it easier for contributors to develop, to actually do the things. And one of the problems with any crowdsourcing that is voluntary is you have to reach a critical mass, right? It needs to be useful from the very beginning, otherwise nobody will actually do anything for it.
Okay, that's great summary here. Anyone who's been on this table wants to add anything here? And anyone who hasn't been on this table wants to add anything here?
Yeah, my thing was basically, like if you're trying to show off something, you're trying to show off a paper, and it's like, as someone mentioned, it's like, videos, great, stick it on itch.io, like, just allow me to download it off itch.io. That's what we use, or, GitHub, but as long as we don't have to compile it ourselves. I have literally moments of a day, and I brush through your thing in a moment. And it's like, if I see a download link, I might just press it. If I have to hunt for it, I'm not going to bother. Like, we are so time precious as developers that you have to make it so frictionless as possible. It's like, bam, here is your download link. Use the piece of software you used to download from. Now you can try our stuff. Oh, and you don't need all this weird hardware to be able to do it.
Yeah, I think a scale is a challenge in itself, right? It's very related. Room 4 and Room 3 are kind of related because implementation will bring you to a scale, and scale to implementation in so many layers. And so I think this has been great, going through these tables, and I feel like there are many possible things we can do moving forward. So let's talk a bit about that now. So one of the things I wanted to show a bit on preview, because we haven't announced this yet largely, and we will do it the next month. But we're preparing, and I think this is something that multiple people here are saying, like, we need these techniques to be implemented in a way that you can bring them to different games and to different places. So after the locomotion vault, we're starting the locomotion quest. And that is a call for university professors and students, undergrad, I don't care, to align the fall semester projects and syllables on this locomotion space, and do projects for that will be basically implementations of these locomotion techniques, right? So we have all these 100-something locomotion techniques there. And then if we are able to implement each one of them with, of course, an architect who will define how the classes will look like and all of that, we're getting everything ready. So they are interchangeable, right? And then we put them on in an open source repo. I think that could really advance here where we're going forward. And then the other thing that I mean, is not part of this, but it's clear that it's needed is a benchmark database of tasks, right? Like if you could run these tasks through different techniques and see how well they perform, and then you have always like a comparison, right? So I think partially both. I think also this could help on the developer side very much, right? If you give compatibility to whatever technique you want, really. I mean, you could probably say like, hey, it's restricted to these ones, or you cannot use these ones when you're shooting, or, like there might be game restrictions, but it solves a bit the accessibility problem. If you sort of have a passport of locomotion techniques that you bring with you, the ones you want, it might solve this idea that this store of games is not letting you publish. It's not, no, I'm compatible with whatever locomotion technique you want from this database of repository of locomotions. And we do recommend this one, right? Or we're particularly good if you use this one. And I feel like the idea of multiple locomotion techniques makes sense for the games. If you look at Alex, they have 3 locomotion techniques inside the same game. And I'm sure they try to only have one, but then they realize it makes more sense to have more than one, because in different moments you need something different. And I feel like this is partially also why there have been more and more techniques exploring, because each one of them has something, right? One is more fun, the other is faster, the other creates a mental map, the other, So I feel like this richness of variety is something we can try to support. So, and then the idea that the techniques, Katie, you want to comment here?
Yeah, like basically we're spending money, effort, time developing these techniques, and then we're having some student go away and make them and give them out for free. It's bullshit, basically, frankly. Like, when health, like, basically, like, legally challenging, like, that's awful. And
yeah, that's something we should figure out, right? Like, which of these techniques can be shared on the open source platform or
no,
not.
but it's not a case of which, it's a case of a developer has gone away and come up with an idea, and then, like, yeah, okay, legally you might be able to do something that's very similar or something, but it doesn't mean that it's the right thing to do, especially if that developer is trying to, like, for example, sell their solution on the asset store or something. Like, they're trying to sell that solution, like, sell it to the developer.
I mean, there are many techniques that are not developers by the developers, right? Like, they've been developed from academia also. And I feel like we will need to find a way to of course, not challenge anybody's intellectual property, of course. That is
like
important.
An easy way would be, at least on the Locomotion Vault, is just have links to the games or experiences that
we do have
done, and then
in every locomotion techniques that they are in the Vault right now. We try to say, and you can try it in this game, which I think is very important, right?
Yeah.
The idea that people can try. And I remember talking to Bernhard and saying, like, hey, Vexion, really, some of the techniques here, they are not really talking about the Vexion correctly. And it's because it's something that you really need to try in order to know how it works. And yeah, I think that there is a balance here. And of course, we will try to only implement the ones that come from academia. And then the idea there is inviting, once you have a critical mass, this is inviting for other people to contribute if they want, right? So I think we can find a balance.
There's this open locomotion initiative. Have you had a chance to look into that? We are a producer for treadmill, yeah. So like a normal treadmill in a fitness center, and you can run in all horizontal directions. So it's for virtual reality. And we are starting with the connection to virtual reality to the games just right now. But it seems to be that you have to build the interface for the most games separately if you really want to do it properly. Yeah, we have talked as well to others in this sector, and they try to build a standard which is called open locomotion. Yeah. We are not so far yet in this connection yet, but I wonder what the group says to that, to building up these standards further, and then it's up to let's say every client, every user, which treadmill or which device the person has, yeah, whether it's something very reduced and cheap, yeah, or it's something what costs a lot and only a few people can afford, maybe, yeah. But if there are standards, then it would fit. Let's say then it's okay. You buy the hardware you can afford or you want, yeah, but you can play all games with it, right? Or you can use all applications with it.
Yeah, I think all these initiatives about bringing out the standardization are very important and particularly important for hardware, right? Because you're building hardware and you need to figure out how things are compatible even to the next level, right? So I am completely in favor of exploring open solutions and standard solutions. Because what I see here is that one single person will not move the needle because there are so many techniques and it's very much of a community effort. Even on the locomotion vault, we saw it, right? Like we need to have this open to the community to contribute techniques and things because it's gonna grow so fast, we're not gonna be able to catch up. So I feel like in general, I think that's an awesome initiative.
Yeah. We talked to Cybrid virtualizer. Maybe it's known to some of here in the room. Yeah, they are as well in Vienna, and they try to cooperate with Virtuix Omni, and actually Virtuix Omni did not want to cooperate, so they they developed their plugin separately. Yeah, and we will develop our plugins as well again separately. Yeah, so that's it's a little bit a waste of time for development of the whole industry to a certain degree.
That's good.
Yeah.
Okay, so well, and then the other area that I think was very clear here is this benchmarking, which I think there are already some papers and some projects trying to go there. Niall, do you wanna talk a bit about that?
So I wasn't the person who brought up who pointed to the specific paper that was mentioned.
Okay, who was that? Maybe
I think
Lisa?
it was Thomas.
Or
yeah,
Thomas?
that was me.
Okay,
well, but
Thomas.
I haven't actually read the paper. It's been on my to-read list for just a long time.
Good. So we have, but we are seeing that they're starting to come up this idea of benchmarking, right? And I think that is also a good way to move forward in the field as a collective, as a crowdsource, and so on. So I just invite everyone here to try to gather the questions that we found here and from the people who might be watching, and try to find for each one of them there might be something you can do to move them forward. Maybe collaborations will spark also from the discussions. So I would finalize today with saying, like, thank you very much for joining.
If you don't mind, I wanted to also quickly mention something. So
yeah,
Vault, so we designed it to be a community resource, a community tool, and we wanted to be owned and maintained by the community. So we wanted to also make this open call to a couple of people who might be interested to be part of the team and help us maintain the database, keep it updated. If there is any there are people that are raising, for example, mistakes or issues with the current database. And so if any of you is interested in being part of the Locomotion Vault team, you can just email any of us, basically. But I'll put my email here.
or if you have any student that might be interested, and
know anyone who might be interested. Yeah, exactly.
Of course, also interest in collaboration in expanding and doing further studies. Of course, that is goes without saying, but sometimes we forget that we are open to collaboration.
Yeah, just send us or send me an email with a little bit of information about what you do or why you are interested, and we will take it from there. Thank you.
Awesome. This is great. Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoyed this table switching and discussion. It is hard to organize these things, harder than just put some speakers on a list. But I feel like it creates more connection, especially now that we're so far away from each other. Thank you, everyone, for connecting today, and looking forward to talking more to you in the future about locomotion.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Bye-bye.
It was very interesting. Thank you for participating.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
This was great.
Yeah, thanks so much for organizing
Thanks.
and making it interactive. That was great.
Thanks.
Bye. Thank you.
Are you guys staying on for a few